I rarely talk about this. I hope I'm not the only one. Where do you go when you dream? Do you remember your dreams? Is there anything about your dreamscape that stands out to you? I've always felt different, like I have an extra sense or frequency that I can't quite identify. I've had the ability to sense bad situations and feel when people are being untrue or unfaithful to me. I've been able to tell what song will come on the radio next, and frequently have streetlights black out when I walk past them. I'm not a believer in the paranormal or in psychic abilities. However, I can't deny the feeling that there is something more there that I can't see. I've always slept normally and had what I considered to be normal dreams. They were never linked to each other in any way. However, I have always had the ability to recount my dreams with incredible accuracy. Approximately 4 years ago, when I would fall asleep, I would enter a familiar place. This place is huge. For the sake of this story, let's say it isn't the size of a community or a city, but approximately the size of a whole country. Also, for the sake of this, I'm going to call this place my dream country. There are cities, towns, identifying markers, and places that I'm familiar with in my dreams. However, none of these locations have names. I'm able to travel freely around my dream country, and I'm fairly lucid while doing so. However, I never realize that I'm dreaming. There are people there that I am familiar with, that they have no names, and we have often worked together to complete tasks, or do fun and thrilling things, and even just sit and talk. My whole dream country is familiar to me. It feels like home. I enjoy going to sleep every night, feeling that I'm going somewhere welcoming. I never do the same thing twice in my dreams, and the subject matter is ever evolving. I love this place like a second home, and although I feel I know about every part of it, occasionally I'll discover a new area that's unexplored, and it will become absorbed and part of my dream country. There are a few things I know for certain about my dream country, and that is 1. I never have my phone, ever. It doesn't even seem to be something that exists to me or anyone else in this place. 2. No matter what I'm doing, I'm familiar with where I am and who I'm with, even if not by name. 3. Usually, no one from my real life is in my dreams. We'll reflect on this later. 4. I never dream of places I've actually been to. 5. My dream self has a very deep sense of feelings and obligation to help others. And 6. If I ever encounter a place in the real world that I have seen in my dream country, avoid that place at all cost. When this all started with my dream country, I felt that it was something that would pass. A phase in my life that I couldn't control. But now that it's been going on for over 4 years, I've accepted that it is not a phase, and my subconscious is taking me somewhere beyond my control. I've learned things about myself from my dreamscape that I don't think the living physical me could have comprehended by myself. I've learned lessons, had struggles, and fought through emotions in my dreams. After about 2 years of these dreams, things started to get more strange. One day, I was driving with my wife as a passenger in an unfamiliar stretch of highway between Dallas, Texas and San Antonio, when I suddenly was completely and totally aware of where I was. I had just driven into a place that I had never physically been to before, but was in fact part of my dream country that I had been to in my dreams many times before. I had an extreme sense of foreboding that I needed to leave that area immediately and never go back. So I did just that, and detoured 2 hours out of the way home to get away from that area. It was at this point that I obviously had to tell my wife about my dreams, and why I just had to divert 2 hours and 100 miles out of the way home. I told her about everything I had kept to myself and never told anyone about. My dreams, my feelings, my sense of some sort of frequency that I can't quite get in tune with. Fortunately for me, she was more intrigued by it than concerned, and she has accepted it as part of who I am. We've been married for over 10 years now, and she's the best thing in my life and my biggest advocate. Now, back to the dreams. Since the experience of encountering part of my dream in real life, I've not had a similar experience. I have an extreme sense of foreboding that it may happen again, and if it does, to avoid that area at all cost. I can't explain why I feel this way, it's just always there. Over time, weird things continued to happen in my dreams that would correlate with things that would happen later in the real world. I wouldn't call it psychic or predicting the future as much as just sensing something would happen. Or a dream would brace me for something that was about to come, be it good or bad. I started paying closer attention to my dreams to see if I could learn something from them. About 3 years into my dream country, something happened that had never happened before. I recognized two people by name and face that I knew from the real awake world. They were prior employers of mine, and although I knew them, the landscape around them was completely foreign and new. I had never been to this place before, but I had a horrible feeling about it. They kept trying to get me to come back to work for them, and I kept turning them down over and over because I had a horrible feeling about everything. That something bad was going to happen. Eventually, I was able to convince them to leave the area to what I thought was a better place for them, and I specifically remember feeling relieved for them, like they were safe. These dreams continued intermittently for a few months here and there, not every night. My home state was devastated by fires this last summer. The worst fires out area had never been seen, and hundreds of thousands of acres of land burned. I watched as the fire surrounded the business where I used to work, as they evacuated everyone from the area. I somehow knew that even though this was a horrible event, somehow it would be okay for them. As the fires died down and the smoke cleared, one of the only surviving areas was 50 acres of land in which their business stood. Not a single ounce of it was burned. After all of this happened, I haven't dreamed of them again since, and I get this feeling that for some reason, they were put into my dreams for a reason, and I knew things would be okay for them. This is the only time someone from the outside awake world that I know or knew has entered my dream country. Now, after reading all of this, please know that I am a totally normal, rational person. I had a fairly traditional upbringing, although we were poor. I was bullied all through school for being different, although I never really understood what was different about me as opposed to everyone else. I joined the military at 17 years old to toughen myself up, and boy did it ever work. It also framed me up for a tough, no-nonsense, rational mindset that the military works hard to instill in its soldiers. After the military, I went on to college, got happily married to my dream woman, had 3 amazing children, and a professional career as a business management expert. I know it isn't rational or normal to have these thoughts and feelings. I have encountered abuse, PTSD, and seen and done things that I'm not proud of, and I try to use these experiences as a way to rationalize my dreams. But the thing is, I never dream about these experiences or places. I have no rational way to explain my dreams, feelings, or senses. I feel like if I tell others that they'll think I'm crazy. The only person I've ever told was my wife, and I still keep it to myself mostly. I want to know if anyone else out there experiences this. I'm not crazy. I know I'm not. I don't believe in mediums or psychics, but I can't deny this whole experience and just write it off as it is what it is. I've been experiencing this for so long now that I believe something more is going on that I can't quite tap into. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if I'm tapping into an alternate dimension and seeing another version of myself. And other times, I catch myself wondering if I'm actually dreaming the real world, and my sleep self is actually the real me. If I think too much about it, it starts feeling like an inception, and I have to snap myself out of it. I love my dream country. I love going there every night. I have a home there that I know is my own, and people that I know are friends. I have places that I love to frequently visit, and places that I like to avoid. I have a whole sense of self in there that only exists in that plane. It's too complicated to try and describe all of it through text, but I would love to talk to someone about it over phone, in person, or live chat. I'm not crazy. Is there anyone else who experiences this? Is there anyone out there who studies these phenomena that I could talk to try to figure this out? Is there someone out there who knows someone like this? Are there scientists or professionals who can explain what's going on? I can't be the only one. Someone out there has the answers, and that's the reason I'm reaching out. I'd like to remain anonymous, just for the fact that this is my first ever time reaching out, or telling people my story, and I'm scared that I'll be made fun of, demeaned, or ostracized in some way, shape, or form. I'm not scared of my dreams or how I feel. I just want to know why, how, and if there are others. Please help. I recently moved into my first home out of college with my boyfriend. It seemed like a great neighbourhood and the house was really nice. But then, as soon as we started moving in, we got an uneasy feeling. Our neighbours would watch us as we moved in, but not in a normal way, if that makes sense. Like as soon as we started moving stuff, one of our neighbours would come out of her house, plant a chair on the lawn, and watch us. Even now, every time I glance at this particular neighbour's house, I see her peeking through the blinds, watching me. She's not the only strange neighbour though. I've had multiple people from the neighbourhood come up to me that I had never met, come up and ask me about me and my boyfriend's jobs. They already knew where we worked before we had any conversation with our neighbours. I had plans with friends for Independence Day, and as I was getting ready to pull out of the driveway, I saw my neighbour suddenly standing outside my car window. He asked me, "Are you trying to leave?" I told him, "Yes, I'm going to a 4th of July party." And he said, "Well, we have the street blocked off, so you won't be able to leave." I said, "Well, my boyfriend is going to have to leave because he works tonight." And he said, "Well, I guess we can remove the roadblocks. But just so you know, we have a 4th of July party every year." And the roadblock wasn't a big deal. And I don't know, this wasn't that weird. But as I was driving away, a kid threw a firecracker at my car. Just odd. One night, about a month after we moved in, my friends and I were hanging out on my deck, having a few beers and talking. Then we heard sirens and saw an ambulance and police officers driving across the neighbourhood. We weren't super concerned until they pulled up to one of our other neighbours' houses. The woman who lived there was on her porch, screaming and crying to the officers, sobbing and yelling, "I cut him down, I cut him down." Then they loaded her husband's body into the ambulance while we watched. We learned later that he had hung himself and he died. The wife of the man who had died was very strange as well. She would randomly, not extremely often, but enough for it to be a pattern, would wander out of her house late at night around the neighbourhood. We learned from our one normal neighbour that her wanderings happened long before the husband had killed himself. Finally, we have odd happenings in our house sometimes, where the lights flicker, our smoke alarms randomly go off, and I've even woken up with scratches up and down my arms. One night, I was laying on the couch and had fallen asleep. I woke to the sound of someone in the kitchen, and in my sleepy state, I assumed it was my boyfriend. But then I called his name, and I heard no answer. I called again and asked what he was doing. But then I looked in the kitchen and saw no one. Then, as soon as I looked, the deck light outside turned on. My boyfriend came out of our room and asked if I had heard someone in the kitchen too. I was creeped out, but I got up and went to the door by the deck to shut off the light. But when I did, I saw a neighbour directly across the yard on her own deck, standing perfectly still, staring at me. I was super spooked because it was late, like 2:30 a.m. at this point, and she was fully outside, posted and staring. She wasn't doing a task and wasn't smoking. Nothing. Just standing and staring. I quickly shut off the lights and then went around to all the doors to make sure they were locked. But when I got to the front door, it was unlocked and open 3 inches, which makes no sense, because we have a habit of shutting and locking the doors every time we come inside, whether night or day. I locked it, and we looked around the house to make sure no one was in there. We slept in our room with the door locked that night. I don't know what to make of our experiences at this point. Every neighbour mentioned in this post is a different neighbour, and the whole neighbourhood just has an off vibe. My friends think, and I hate to think this, that my neighbours are somehow involved in the strange instances in the house, and that they aren't necessarily watching me when they're staring, but rather watching whatever entities or vibes or whatever are in the house. For context, I've been watching a lot of BuzzFeed paranormal videos because they're entertaining, but they also remind me of everything paranormal I've ever been through. I like to remember my experiences to relate to the experiences they're talking about. But tonight, I made an intense realization that made goosebumps shoot down my arms. I've always had a strange reaction to specifically the paranormal. I'm a 20-year-old man that has only really cried when an extreme emotional event happens. Death in the family, hard breakups, etc. But whenever I hear something unreasonably paranormal, my eyes randomly produce tears. Could be a ghost story, could be someone talking about a ghost experience. I don't feel scared at all. I actually feel calm with a feeling of being unnerved. I really don't understand why this happens. Keep this in mind because it kind of ties into this. I've always had a weak immune system, and it was worse as a kid. This one time, I was incredibly sick and bedridden to the point of hallucination. I saw a hawk fly into my window that didn't exist, but most notably, I saw a full-scale apparition. I mean, it didn't even look like a traditional ghost. It wasn't see-through, it wasn't staring at me or talking to me about anything. If I could describe it, it was like when the white blood cells travel across your eye, as it moves that way. This apparition had long, flowing blonde hair, flowing as if she were underwater. Weird fact, because I'm studying to be a marine biologist and will most likely have a job close to the sea. But I digress. She was wearing a wedding dress, and as soon as I saw her, my mind went, I will marry this woman one day. The apparition then phased through a door and disappeared. Pretty creepy, but I chalked it up to being delusional thoughts of a child that's incredibly sick. Fast forward at least 6 years. I have a shelf on my wall that holds nerdy things. In particular, a bottle of Juggernog from the Call of Duty series. I got it from my bed to do something, and I noticed the bottle is missing from the shelf. As soon as I realised this, the bottle comes zooming past my head from behind me, as if someone had thrown it. It doesn't shatter, it just hits the carpet, but I remember it spinning past my head. There's zero possibility it dropped from the shelf. It was standing at least 2 feet away from it, and it landed nowhere near where it would land. Even if it had fallen, it would have fallen on my desk below the shelf and shattered. I was calm for zero reason. I checked my closet, which was the direction it came from. Nothing. My mind went, intruder in my closet? Nope. Okay. I placed the bottle back on the shelf and walked away. My intense realization was the ghost woman in the wedding dress disappeared in the exact same location the bottle would have been thrown from. And both times, I was incredibly calm, even though I had experienced someone throwing something at me, as well as seeing a full-scale apparition. I don't know what to make of this realization. I'm out of that house as it's my parents' house, and nothing malicious has ever happened to us, so I'm not worried. The only typical Indian burial ground scenario to explain any of this is that the house is built on land where the Civil War was fought, but I don't find that really relevant. This is one of the many strange occurrences that happened in that house, but nothing else is worth mentioning. I just wanted to share this realization to some people who might find it interesting. This story takes place in 2016, when I was a paratrooper with the 1st Brigade, 82nd Airborne, stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I had dabbled in psychedelics since high school, but had never experienced leaving my body. In the army, my psychedelic usage only increased, considering that LSD and mushrooms did not show up on drug tests. It was December, and I had recently stocked up on about 30 hits of acid. I had been taking acid consecutively, only leaving enough time in between trips to get an effect. Anyway, it was a Monday, and we had a day and night range planned from 0400, weapons drawn going into a night shoot. It was sick, of the grunt life. So I had the idea of making my day at the range a little more fun by dropping a bunch of acid. I took 4 125 microgram tabs at around 0530, and I kept 3 in my breast pocket just in case I wasn't feeling a strong enough trip. Transportation for the range showed up around 7 o'clock. This is when I first noticed the acid creeping in. I remember leaning against my ruck, seeing my first sergeant walk outside our company operating facility. His entire face was shifting, and I knew it was hitting. We hopped on the trucks and headed to the range down Long Street. First thing we had to do when we arrived was zero our rifles. I was an E4 team leader, an assistant gunner to be exact. This meant I was not closely watched by the non-commissioned officers, and I could zero my rifle unharassed. I looked down at my ACOG and attempted to get a good sight picture. I couldn't. Everything was swaying. I fired my 3 rounds for a grouping and waited for the range to go cold. My grouping was shit, but there was no way in hell I was shooting again. I didn't wish to draw attention of anyone who might have thought I needed help shooting. I grabbed my target and left back to where we put down our rucks. Now at this time, I also smoked a spice vape. Yeah, I know that shit is horrible, but I was a dumb fuck who loved weed, and spice was an alternative that would not make me piss hot. I could smoke spice literally anywhere, because its odour was non-distinguishable from other vapes. So there I was, standing in a circle around my platoon's rucks, with about 5 or 6 other people from my platoon, smoking and joking. I was really upset that I was at the range, but at this point, I decided to let go of my animosity and just enjoy the heavy dose of LSD. I remember just standing and staring off into the distance, until I finally caught the eyes of one of my sergeants, Sergeant Outlaw. I didn't dislike Outlaw, but sometimes he could be a nosy prick. Our eyes locked and he came to talk to me. At first, I could understand him. He was asking me how I liked being a team leader now. Then his words became garbled and quick. I heard. He did not actually say these things, it's just what I heard. Him say things like, I know you're on LSD. I know you didn't zero your rifle. First Sergeant knows too, and he's coming to get you now. I completely thought that it was Sergeant Outlaw talking to me. I thought I was fucked. But then I started to notice other things that seemed off. I didn't hear the gunfire that was previously chattering in the background anymore. I noticed that no one was moving except for slight idiosyncratic movements. For instance, to my right was Perez, and all I could see him doing was a stationary salsa dance. Even farther to my right was Perez. He was tapping his fingers together and whistling like an evil mastermind, stopping every few seconds to turn in my direction and say, "It's coming." Now at this point, I also realised that I couldn't move anything but my eyeballs and slight head movement. After viewing my comrades and their oddities, I finally turned my gaze back to Sergeant Outlaw, but this time he looked different. The major change being his eyes, they were replaced by black swirls. My gaze was stuck on him and I could only feel dread. I remember the voice when he spoke. It was like a loud whisper. It said to me, "So you want to take LSD? Do you want to learn the secrets of the universe? All you have to do is look left." At that moment, I noticed my left peripheral getting dark. It was almost like a flashlight of darkness was shining from my left side. The feeling I got from this maelstrom of blackness was terrible. My sense of dread only furthered. I wasn't religious, but I prayed anyway. I remember staring at this entity in the form of my NCO for what felt like 5 to 7 minutes. The entire time I kept repeating to God that I would never take acid again, and to please just let me live. Then I felt the control of my head movements slightly turn. When the control returned, I heard voices say, "He didn't do it. What a bitch. Plus he didn't want to know." When I heard these voices, my dread disappeared and was replaced with a sense of loss, like I missed out on something. I might have replied with, "No, wait, I want to know," but I don't remember entirely. But what happened next has been embedded in my memory. I flew out of my body and into the sky. I kept being pulled farther and farther into the sky at speeds unimaginable. I remember being pulled across the US, east to west, and then above into space. I arrived at my ethereal destination and landed in a spectral chair in what seemed like a transparent waiting room in space. I could see the Earth and the stars straight ahead of me. I could also hear typing, but I couldn't not turn my head to see what was typing. When I arrived in this waiting room, the only feeling I can remember was nostalgia. It was the strongest feeling of nostalgia I've ever felt. I also had thoughts that did not feel like they were my own. No joke, I heard a thought go through my head, saying in a semi-confused yet light-hearted tone, "Oh shit, what am I doing back here? I need to get back to my body." Now this thought felt like it came from me, yet I had no conscious decision in making that thought. I sat in the transparent ethereal waiting room for about 10 seconds. After my 10 seconds were up, I immediately appeared back on Earth in my body. I was facing left toward where the dark maelstrom emitted from. The first 15 seconds back in my body, I had absolutely no memory of who I was. Then my memories flood back in, bringing me instant relief. I remember thinking, holy shit, I'm a human. My name is Ben. I'm fucking alive. The rest of the day at the range went smoothly. I didn't feel like telling anyone about my experience at the time. I even ended up taking the rest of the tabs in my pocket because I kind of wanted to see if I could go back. Yes, I was a little horrified at my experience, but more than that, I was intrigued. After that day, I researched OBEs, souls, theology, and metaphysics. I found some answers, but raised more than I found. I had another one 3 weeks later, again on acid, but this time in a more responsible location, my barracks room. This one was short yet useful because it confirmed my previous experience. I was listening to an EDM artist, Seven Lions, on my headset. And as I started vibing to the music, I closed my eyes and felt myself lift out of my body again. And this time, I could move and look around. I looked around my barracks room and could see that the walls were transparent. I could see into every room in the barracks with their inhabitants doing different things like showering, playing video games, eating, or even sleeping. It was wonderful. But the wonder wore off when I remembered the dread I felt from my previous OBE. I instantly snapped back into my body. When I was reattuned with my physical form, my body had instinctively put my hands on the back of my head, as if to be trying to keep my soul connected. I researched this later. I found that souls are connected to our physical forms through a silver ethereal line in the back of our head. I felt satisfied with my discoveries. Still though, this was not my last encounter with the other side. My next OBE was months later on leave. I was back home in LA, and it was a lucid dream that had no drugs involved. I'll save that story for another time though. After my experience in December, I had found that my mental state no longer aligned with the ethics of my profession. I was an infantryman. Closing within and destroying the enemy in close combat was something we all strove for. To understand this story, a little background on myself was necessary. When I first joined the army, my motivation for combat came from a place of anger, confusion, and personal turmoil. My father raised me with violence, but I allowed his actions to affect and define my character. From 13, I began to self-medicate with anything I could find, from weed and alcohol to pills, MDMA and psychedelics. My junior year of high school, I voluntarily withdrew to attend rehab for an extended Xanax habit. I spent my 17th birthday in a rehab facility in East Texas. At 19, I graduated and joined the airborne infantry. I believed I had found my true calling and an outlet for my aggression. Unfortunately for me at the time, going to the war is not a decision made by young privates. After a year of training, my brigade was placed on GRF, Global Response Force, which was at the time a year-long sentence to garrison life. I had found no glory or bloodshed, instead boredom and bureaucracy. I expected war, and I received weekend staff duties and tactical laser tag. So I turned to an old enjoyment of mine, drugs. Due to persistent drug tests in the military, I stayed away from most narcotics. LSD and mushrooms became my drugs of choice, considering psychedelics are not tested for with normal drug tests. I began to push the limits of reality further and further. I loved raving. Taking high doses of acid and dancing my ass off to EDM became a consistent hobby of mine. Eventually, we were slotted for a deployment. We were going to Kandahar. Finally, my goal was in sight, although our deployment was still 9 months away. Fuck that. No reason to stop taking psychedelics. It was enjoyable and an excellent way to pass the time. Even with the extensive use of psychedelics, I still retained my jaded mentality. My psychedelic usage culminated in December of 2016, when my consciousness disconnected from my physical form and was pulled back into a transcendental state in which I was given a glimpse into the world beyond. After returning from the other side, I found my headspace to be completely different. The newly found empathy and love gave me a positive purpose and direction. I was amazed at the information I'd been blessed with. I witnessed firsthand that there was something beyond this life, although more than seeing it, I had felt it. It was the deepest self-reflection I had ever experienced. And after, I found I no longer had the gall to take human life. And here laid my moral dilemma. Our deployment to Kandahar was slotted for the summer of 2017. I was a team leader, an assistant gunner to be exact. I oversaw a machine gun team, which is a crucial part of the infantry platoon. The responsibility of my position weighed on me. Although I knew everything about the war was wrong, it used to have never bothered me, for I didn't care about the military-industrial complex profiting off the war. In my old mindset, I only cared about satisfying my desires for violence. After my experience, I couldn't even fathom killing another human, for I knew it was inherently wrong. Honestly, it was an embarrassment that made me decide to revert to my old ways. I killed the good that was fostered inside of me, out of fear of embarrassment. As Tim O'Brien said in The Things They Carry, I would go to the war, I would kill and maybe die, because I was embarrassed not to. I now empathise with Mr. O'Brien, for I too was a coward. I knew it was wrong, and I decided to go to war. Changing my mindset wasn't difficult. If you understand that the universe is mental and that thoughts control our world, nothing is impossible. Not using psychedelics anymore was also useful in reverting my ways of thought. Now, this is where the story really begins. It was early June 2017. I was on pre-deployment leave in my hometown of Santa Monica, California. My parents were living in Italy at the time, so I decided to spend my leave in California with my aunt and my friends. My aunt owned a successful escrow business in Santa Monica. She lived in a beautiful condo at the corner of Ocean and California, overlooking the Pacific. She spoiled the fuck out of me while I was there, considering I was about to deploy. I had been on leave for at least a week when the incident occurred. I was watching TV with my aunt while having a glass of Dom Perignon. She bought that shit like water. I had exactly one glass and that was it. My aunt was tired and she went to bed. Even though I was tired and I had a bedroom to sleep in, I remained on the couch. I felt incredibly comfortable on the couch, so I decided to just lie on my back and slip into slumber. I fell asleep almost instantaneously. What woke me was unexpected. My arm had fallen off the open side of the couch, and I felt something licking it, like a small dog. My aunt had a cat, but the licking was incessant and didn't feel like the rough tongue of a feline. I rose from the couch to view it. It was a small dog. It looked akin to a miniature schnauzer, except for one defining feature. It had no skin. The creature hurried away as I rose from the couch. After standing up, I noticed that my blanket was still on the couch and had not fallen off when I stood up. But the blanket looked larger than I remembered, more puffed up like there was a mass of something under it. It finally registered. The mass was me. I was under the blanket. The moment I realised I was separated from my body, although my attention was drawn by something across the room. It was the skinned dog hurrying into the dining room. I followed it. When I reached the dining room, I immediately noticed her. At first, she was standing. She stood at about 5'7", was lanky, with long white hair and endless wrinkles going down her grey skin. She crouched down behind the table, and when she saw me, she looked like Haggraven from Skyrim. As creepy as this all might sound, fear was not my first instinct. After my experience in December, I was more interested than afraid. I had done research about spirits and entities since then, and I was fully aware that I was responsible for letting them affect me. My thoughts and energy kept me safe, and as I approached the woman, I walked to the same side of the table as her. She scuttled away into the corner of the room as I approached. I chuckled and was pretentiously impressed at the strength of my astral form. I was ready to test my limits. Remembering my research on lucid dreaming, I wanted to attempt to create things in my astral form. I could have tried a million different things. I could have tried flying around Los Angeles in the Pacific Ocean. But no, I was still fucked in the head. I decided to create 2 humans and a pistol so I could kill them. I was psyched up for deployment. All I wanted to do was get my first kill. So why not do a test run? All it took was the thought. I thought about it and it transpired. I created 2 men dressed in suits and a Glock 19 in my hand. I fired 2 rounds into each man, center mass. Immediately, my vision went white, blindingly so, like a flashbang in Call of Duty. I heard a voice, a loud but calm and familiar voice. All it said was, "You can't kill people in lucid dreams. You're not supposed to do it." Instantly, I snapped back into my body. It was 7:30 a.m. The sun was up and my aunt was cooking breakfast. I walked into the kitchen and saw her cooking something. I was famished and happy to finally be awake from my lucid dream. She asked me if I'd like breakfast. I attempted to respond. I couldn't speak. She asked again. I tried again, no change. I put my hand to my mouth only to realise that I had no mouth. I started to violently shake and vibrate my vocal cords in an intense, muffled scream. And then I awoke. For real this time. I was back on the couch. It was dark. I sat up and looked at the clock on the DVR. It was 3:33 a.m., the hour of the devil. I understood the significance of the time and returned to sleep hastily. I left Los Angeles a week later. I went to Afghanistan in late June. I saw combat, but I never killed anyone, but not for lack of trying. I returned in 2018, and with a year left on my contract, I began to prepare for my new life. I resumed using psychedelics, but in a more responsible manner. My introspective trips kindled my positive mindset. More importantly, though, I found love. I met her in the summer of 2018. Now we're married. I'm now pursuing a degree in philosophy with the goal of spreading the truth of my message. We're more than corporal mass. We are eternal beings. This reality is a medium for our spirit to learn and grow. The first experience I ever had with this creature clicked in my head and has made me shift my idea on how the entity became attached to me. At first, I believed it was because I used a Ouija board, and a few days after I noticed the presence, a lot more, but no. I've later remembered I did a guided third eye meditation, which is no longer on YouTube, and I'm glad it's not, because if this happened to someone who wasn't as capable with energy, I would be very worried. The meditation I did about 4.5 years ago was very strange. I remember laying down in my bed and listening to the voice on the video. I asked you to start breathing in a very strange way. You had to almost have a shaking breathing style and listen to audios I've never heard on any other guided or non-guided meditation, and I've participated in endless amounts of them. During the meditation, I felt and envisioned a large black hand with long nails on the left side of my chest. It felt as if I was sitting up in my bed, and I could feel the hand push me gently back down to the bed. I didn't want to break the meditative state, and even though my heart began to race, I continued to keep my eyes closed, and I followed till the end of the meditation, when I could hear the voice giving cues to wake up again. After sitting up, all I could see was a strange purple aura around everything I looked at. This comes into play later. After that meditation, I never really noticed the energy or hand again until fast forward a few years to when I used the Ouija board. A few days after using the board, I started to feel a very angry masculine presence on the far corner of my garage, the same garage I used the board in. I paid no mind to it really at first, due to the fact, ever since I was a child, I'd been having experiences and feeling energies, so at that point I was accustomed to it. The energy started to become more comfortable with my presence, and I began to no longer feel that negative energy. I can feel a very heavy energy in my stomach and chest, but it's no longer dark and negative. After a few months of feeling the presence every day, it began, for lack of better language, trying to fuck with me, more in a childish yet more powerful way than I've ever felt any other energy do. This energy, I strongly believe, is the most powerful I have ever personally encountered, and possibly will ever encounter. The entity would always be behind me when I was walking to the garage, the door to leave. Many times I would go to open the door and it would close itself. I could feel the entity behind me, and I started to talk aloud to it from then on. I don't get verbal responses that I can hear, or responses sometimes at all. It's more the entity will do something in response to my words, or will shift the energy I'm feeling as to give a response. The entity definitely likes to use doors the best when it wants my attention, but it has actually touched me like the meditation, and another few times. I was with my friend at probably 2 a.m. in our small town in the grocery store parking lot on our bikes. We didn't want to drive since it was summer, and we were taking in the fresh air. I closed my eyes while standing in the empty parking lot. I was hovering over my bike, and my friend was beside me. All of a sudden, I felt those same black hands with sharp nails gently on my lower back. I immediately opened my eyes and looked to my friend, who could immediately see something had happened. I asked if she had touched me, which she said no, since she was beside me the whole time. She would start to sometimes feel the entity's energy around me. One time, I was driving probably a couple weeks after the parking lot incident, and she seen the hand come beside my face while I was driving. That same summer, we went on a trip together with 2 other people. There was a small pond near the Airbnb we were staying at, and at about 3 a.m, we were about to go to the pond, and one of the people we were with yelled "Hail Satan" into the pond forested area. I told my friend after that the entity was planting the idea in my head that we shouldn't go in there. I was feeling super heavy, and as I said that, she had a look in her eyes that I won't forget. She mentioned she could see the dark entity wrapping its arms around my shoulders, as if to hold me down to not go in. When we went in the pond area anyways, a light from a utility shed kept flashing on and off a total of 3 separate times. My friend and I knew we all had to pack up our stuff and leave the bench we were sitting on. We left the pond, and the next day, the other 2 people on the trip, who aren't very spiritually inclined or open to it, left for the day. And my friend and I went back to the pond. We both had an overwhelming need for whatever reason. We noticed the bench we were sitting on the night before was a memorial bench, and the 2 others had disrespected that space, and that's why the entity was trying to get me to leave the pond that first night. Fast forward to around October 2019. I started dating my significant other, and my friend from before was at my significant other's house with me and her boyfriend at the time. We were all sitting at the kitchen table, and the door behind us opened by itself. My friend looked at me and said, "Hey." So I replied, "That's not very nice, sir. Close the door." Needless to say, everyone almost died of shock when the door immediately closed. This is when I started to really know that this entity is very, very real. It will do things in front of the people I'm around, and not just in front of me. That was what really stuck in my head. Other small experiences included the shower curtain blowing open when I was showering, the screen door to my house holding open once I swung it open and there was no wind. A door near my entryway always opens when I haven't paid much attention to the entity's presence, and it wants to remind me. When I was watching The Nun, he mimicked the hands over my face in the coffin scene to mock the Christian demons in movie. And I could go on. I think you get the idea. This entity, I notice, has a purple aura, which is what made me realise that it was attached to me, most likely because of meditation. Anyways, this entity is still always around me. Just yesterday, I got goosebumps and chills over my entire body when I was in a down mood, and I could feel the entity directly behind me. Not trying to drain my energy, but I was feeling very alone, and it was almost like it was trying to comfort me. I've decided that I'm not going to try and cleanse this energy away, and I'll let it stay for as long as it feels, since I'm not being drained. It's not hurting anyone, and I see no need to detaching the entity if it doesn't want to go, and it isn't doing anything. I've been attached to me fully up to 3 years now, and it's a normal part of my daily life. Background. I went to get my flu shot from a small clinic by a commercial lab. I was one of a few people there waiting for them to open up, for those of us with nothing else better to do on a Friday night. What happened? After waiting about 10 minutes, they started processing us and I was second in line. I took note of the guy ahead of me because unlike the rest of us, he blew past the sign that said they weren't ready yet and took a seat inside the processing area. There was one staffer in there and he sat straight across from her, and I thought that was slightly peculiar, but just enough to make me notice him. When I did, a couple other things stood out. He seemed nicely dressed for getting a flu shot and was wearing a long-sleeve button-up shirt with a somewhat noisy pattern on it. Just weird in terms of level of dress and wearing long sleeves to get a shot. I finished my quick screening and am led down the hall and into a room that had been converted by adding a temporary cubicle space for shot stations. I see the guy and he's getting his shot and seems kinda distressed about it and is sort of flexing his arms strangely. Some people can't take needles though, so that's not inherently unusual. I go to the other side of the cubicle wall and get mine done like lightning. I'm up in time to go start following this guy to the door marked as the exit. They wanted patients to leave a different route, presumably to keep social distance to a maximum. He seemed confused for a split second, as if he was going the right way, but then swiftly walked out the door. I followed behind, maybe 3 or 5 seconds, no more than that. I followed the very clearly marked path around a corner and into a long hall. This guy must have moved very fast because I couldn't see him anywhere, but then about 2 seconds later I did. He leaned very suddenly from around a corner, appearing to first look past me, and then at me. He seemed nervous, but I couldn't read his facial expression well due to the mask. Just as quick, he jerked back behind the corner. I thought maybe he was lost and was just peeking around to maybe see where others were going to get out. I continue walking, and then I get to the corner, and no one is there. Before, I thought there must have been a hallway or door there that I didn't remember. I've been to this location several times, but no. Solid white wall. The corner itself is shallow, maybe 2.5 feet deep. Just wide enough to hide someone from the viewing angle I had. There are only 2 doors on that side of the hall. One is just before the corner, and it was very clearly shut, and locked I would think. The other one is further down, and was also shut. That door leads into a very small waiting room that was very obviously closed and very dark inside. I heard no sound during all of this, not a footstep, not a door handle turning or a door closing. Nothing. So I used to talk on Ouija boards all the time. It's been about 6 years since the last time I used one. So I grew up Catholic, did all the steps as a child to an adult to become a member of the Catholic Church. Being baptized, etc., blessed all the time, etc. Even had a priest come to the house for dinner once a year and bless our house. Then I started using the Ouija board one day when I was 20 years old at my parents' house. It was fun talking on it, and I would talk on it quite often, every day just about. I met something there that knew the answers to everything. After talking on it and to that thing for a few months, it would talk to me about God. I always thought it was weird because everyone said these are bad or evil. It would tell me how God loves me, how he protects me, how he watches over me, etc. When it would bring God up, I would get this feeling through my whole body. It's this feeling I've felt before, but not as strong as it was coming through the boredom. The feeling starts inside my body. It's this tingly sensation feeling. I can't explain it. Sometimes it would be so strong and warm, it would bring tears of joy to my eyes. It's a good feeling to feel. Always thought it was weird. I kept going to church, and now every time I think of God or pray, I get that feeling. Sometimes it's stronger than others. Well, it's been a few years since I've been on a Ouija board, and I don't go to church really anymore. I've felt that feeling a few times. But last night, I got a notification. Suggested pages I'd like on Reddit. It was a Ouija experience thread. As I was reading and posting about my experiences, I had a rosary hanging on my wall. The rosary bounced off the wall, long and banging against the wall like it was swinging. This had never happened before. It's like how it did that. It's been hanging there for a long time and never moves, and now it banged against the wall and swaying back and forth. Not only that, but when I got that weird sensational feeling, and it was strong, real strong, and it overpowered my body and made me cry again. I really can't explain it. As I talk about it or write this, it happened a couple times, not strongly, just a light version. Has anyone else ever experienced this feeling I'm talking about? I always think it's God protecting me or talking to me or loving me. It's hard to explain. The only reason I stopped talking on the Ouija board is because it kept telling me not to talk on it anymore, because God didn't want me on it, and just things about God and plans he has for me, and to not get on this. And every time it says the same thing, God don't want you on this. So I stopped getting on it. For around a year now, I've been hearing a lot of sounds at night, and when I'm alone in my house, my room becomes freezing cold when the rest of my upstairs stays warm. My room is always very hot, and I get the feeling I'm being watched. Now I'm a skeptic and don't really believe in anything after death. So normal when weird things happen, I can connect sounds and things moving to the house is settling. Or I must have moved it but I forgot about it. But there are many things that I cannot explain. I've woken up multiple times to shit in the room next to mine going crazy, and my dog staring at my door confused and scared. Every time this happens, I check my phone, and it's always between 3 and 4 a.m. But I don't want to get into those stories now. I want to talk about what happened today. So my family left and I was home alone with me and my dog, sitting on the sofa watching some TV. Then I heard a wow from upstairs. Me and my dog made a what the fuck? It was that eye contact, but then a thought came into my mind that, oh, my brothers are still here, but have not heard my parents on the VR. So I got up to tell them everyone left. Walking upstairs, I realised that no one was on the VR because the light was off, and you need light for the sensors to work. So I looked around for a bit to make sure it wasn't a prank, then got an idea. I've been watching a lot of ghost hunting shit because I'm bored as fuck. So I say, why don't I do an EVP session to see if anything happens? So I got my phone turned on and began asking questions. I ask, did you make the wow noise? What's your name? And are you scared? Nothing happened when I asked for it, but the record had a lot of bangs that I didn't hear. But I thought nothing was happening, so I asked if it could make a noise or bang on a wall. Then I heard a small thud from my brother's room, run over to look in the room, and there was nothing there. so I weirded out now. I thought that this was just lucky timing, so I left the room and asked again, and it happened again. I ran into the room, looked under the bed in the crawl space, and found nothing, and no one. When you walk into my kitchen at night, a gut-wrenching, menacingly sinking feeling hits you with an unexplainable force. It sticks with you the whole time you're there and leaves the moment you're out. Late last year, I began to pay attention to this feeling and its patterns. I never really thought about the paranormal. I wasn't a skeptic, really. It just didn't cross my mind, ever. So when I discovered how in touch I am with paranormal beings, it really changed my perspective on things. As I got more and more in touch, I realised there was a presence in my kitchen. It only came out at night, for the feeling brought along with it was only there at that time. It had the same schedule every day. Around 9 o'clock every night it showed up, staying until early morning, about 7 a.m. I figured the spirit, though I sensed it to be dark, wasn't going to change its habits anytime soon, and tried my best to become more accustomed to it. Looking back, I now understand I never quite could. One cold night around 2 in the morning, I grabbed my water bottle and walked my way downstairs. My eyes were adjusted to the dark, and I took quiet, slow steps down the old carpet-covered staircase. Here, I must explain a bit of the layout, and I hope it makes decent sense. Upstairs are 4 doors. On one side, there's a hall leading to a bathroom, and just before it, a door to a bedroom. On the other side are 2 doors at a corner to one another. Each leads to separate bedrooms, and mine is the one facing the previously mentioned door on the other side of the wall. A staircase in the middle of this hall descends down halfway, and then takes a sharp 180-degree turn, fully down to the first floor. An open layout lies at the bottom. The kitchen sits in front of you. To the left, in almost a pocket, is the kitchen. To the right is a wide living room. With that out of the way, I get to the second to bottom step and look to the kitchen. The side of the refrigerator sticks out, causing it to be visible from the stairs. It's the type with the water dispenser on it. I freeze. Right below the dispenser, I'm met with a face. Something is hunched over an awkward crouch, staring at me with eyes I'll never be able to forget. The whites of them glow slightly, making this shadowy figure all that much more disturbing looking. I reach my hand out and turn on the light to the stairs quickly. It's gone. I stare, unable to fully process what I've just witnessed. Was I going crazy? Perhaps I was tired. I didn't feel tired though, and deep down I knew I was fully awake. I walked to my fridge hesitantly, the overwhelming familiar feeling I've mentioned hitting me once more. I fill my water bottle and I leave. The feeling does not go away. Never in the time I've lived in this house has this happened. The feeling, the presence, had always and only stuck to the kitchen. It was impossible, I thought, yet here it was, following me up the stairs and down the hall to my room. I'm struck with dooming fear. Without thinking, I rushed into my room, repeating in my head and aloud that whatever was with me was forbidden to enter my room. Slamming the door, I rushed to my bed and processed what happened, feeling the presence lighten. What did happen? I didn't know. I couldn't think. How could I? What was I to do? From that night on, I noticed a break of pattern. The presence moved around, appearing visually more and more. It stood at the bottom of the stairs, then the centre, then the top. Finally, it moved to right outside my door. Currently, it's moving once again, and I'm unable to confidently pinpoint where its new place is. I'm scared to say this, but I believe it's my closet. I have many more stories about my house. I see shadow creatures often, and I feel and hear their presence. I used to walk a lot at night with my older brother. We lived in a small mountain town in 2003 and felt comfortable going for walks around the neighbourhood in the dark, especially in the summer. Before this night, did I always believe in ghosts? Not really. I've always been easily scared, but that's due to watching far too many horror movies at a young age. Never from seeing or feeling a presence. This moment stands in my head so clearly still. We were only a few blocks from home, just reached the peak of a slight hill with a streetlight shining its orange glow around us, and the Italian cypress trees all in a row on the opposite side of us in the road. My brother was on my left, I on his right, and we were on the right side of the road. I was talking away, my hand gestures expressive as always, looking towards my brother when suddenly I grabbed onto him, jokingly, and whispered for him to shush. Not that he was talking, that a person was nearby and could hear us. There, just opposite us, across the street, a teenage boy in a striped shirt was walking along with us in one of those cypress tree shadows. I don't think even my brother looked. He may have kept his eyes straight, concerned a stranger at night had crept up on us. Stranger though, the moment that teenager in his striped shirt hit the cast of streetlight between the trees, he disappeared. I stopped in my spot, so excited at what just happened. This ghost, was gone immediately after I had just seen them. My brother was unfazed. He didn't see anything. He didn't believe in ghosts. A few years later, maybe more, as I walked by a car window and caught my reflection, I pondered on why it made me think back to that summer night. The teenage boy in that striped shirt, he had been like a reflection in clear glass. There, but not whole. My mom hasn't talked about this experience for quite some time, but recently she mentioned it in a bit more detail. For some info, we've lived in our house for maybe 20 years now. It's pretty old, and a few of my uncles and other relatives have lived here. Some of them claim that our house was haunted. That's a story for another day. Anyway, I wasn't born yet, so sorry if this next part's brief. As I mentioned before, I still don't know all the details. My mom works the night shift, so she'd be home alone throughout the day mostly. She said this started one day when she was cleaning. She suddenly heard someone call out her name from the direction of our backyard. She glanced out the window but didn't see anyone. She then heard someone call out again, this time from the front yard. She decided not to look out the window this time because she now understood that whatever was out there wasn't good. Mom's not real religious, but she learned from her grandfather to always trust in God. So, she began to recite a short prayer. Then she heard the voice again, this time as she showered. She said she felt afraid and noticed that it sounded like a woman's voice. She began to pray again. This next one's the scariest of her experiences, in my opinion. She was lying in bed one afternoon, but she couldn't sleep. She had her eyes closed, then suddenly she felt like something was looming over her. She ignored the feeling and tried to go back to her nap. Then, suddenly she felt a warm tongue lick all of her cheek. Obviously at that moment she was terrified. She opened her eyes and saw a black dog, about the height of the bed, standing there panting. She closed her eyes, cried, and again began to ask God for help. I'm not sure, but I think she said that eventually she didn't feel the dog there anymore, but she still kept crying. I recently moved into an old brownstone in Brooklyn, New York. The building is pre-war, over 100 years old. When I first moved in, little stuff started happening, mostly doors opening and closing, which my roommates and I would pass off as the building being old. Recently, I've been having feelings like there's another person in my apartment. Specifically, when I walk from the living area to the kitchen, which is basically just a hallway in those two rooms, I get this feeling like someone is going to be in either room when I walk in. If I'm standing in the kitchen cooking or whatever, I tend to turn around and assume that my roommate or boyfriend is there with me, but there's no one there. That happens kind of often. Like I will literally start forming a smile and will go to say something to them, but realise I'm alone. Last week, I was doing dishes when I heard someone humming. I shut the water and gave another listen, and I distinctly heard in a higher pitched voice. It was just me in the apartment at this point. It didn't freak me out, but certainly caught me off guard. I told my roommates, who confirmed she was on the phone with her dad, which I couldn't hear through the wall anyway. Which brings me to yesterday, when I spoke to my landlord about my experience. His wife asked me if I was empathic. I'm a social worker / therapist, so I do have high emotional intelligence and read people fairly quickly. I just told her what I feel when in the kitchen and living room areas of the apartment. Y'all, they proceeded to tell me how they had a previous tenant in my apartment who frequently saw a woman walking from those two rooms, and they themselves have felt cold breezes between that area as well. We all agreed that it's not a bad or creepy feeling, but still catches you off guard. Before I sat down to write this, I was making coffee in the kitchen when I heard a loud woman's sigh. I don't know, y'all, I've never really experienced something like this, so any advice on how to not get creeped out would be great. I also feel like my roommate doesn't really believe me. I've heard other things, but don't tell her because honestly, I don't want to scare her or have her think I'm crazy. In a town near Portland, Oregon, at about 7 or 8 p.m. on an overcast, dark night in 2006 or so, I saw a shadow entity in the driveway across the street. I was playing World of Warcraft at the time. I recall I was playing my warlock and was in Shattrath City, and I'd positioned my computer so the window out of my second-story room was looking down at the T of my neighbourhood, because I liked the view. I saw a flicker in my eye and looked across the street to the driveway of my neighbour's house. They had 4 cars in the driveway when they normally only had 1 or 2. And only the porch light was on, not the driveway floodlight that they had above the garage door. It was a 2-car garage with cement stairs leading up to the left of the driveway, to the main door. I saw something moving between the cars, but I couldn't make out any limbs or identifying features because it was so dark. In this area at nights when it's overcast, it gets extremely dark, almost pitch black, so it wasn't strange to me that I couldn't identify it. It just seemed like a person walking between the cars. Seemed average person height at least. Well, then it sped up. Across maybe 5 seconds or so, went from walking speed to running speed to maybe 30-ish miles an hour, zooming around all 4 cars in the driveway before it disappeared entirely. When it started speeding up to about bike riding speed, all of the lights started flickering in all of the cars. These were older cars. I recall an old maroon 4-door Civic-like car. Not a car I would expect had a fob or ability to flash like that while it was off. Even the floodlight above the garage was flickering, lighting up the entire area. This thing was moving so fast, I couldn't tell what it was, but it was just shadow. Even with lights, I couldn't see anything but blackness. Then the house lights, even inside the house. All of the lights flickered, not in unison at all for a solid 2-ish seconds, before everything just clicked back to normal, and it was done. I stared for a while after that. Nothing. I have no explanation, and to this day, I regret never going over there and asking the neighbours if they saw anything too. I didn't know them, and I was only about 16 at the time. I just told my mom, who told me weird stuff happens. I went on to get a bachelor's in physics, actually, to see if I could find anything that made sense to fit my New World view. And that was basically one big intro to a whole lot more questions than I ever anticipated. I've thought through a multitude of possibilities, the most logical being a hallucination. But to my knowledge, I've never hallucinated before then or since. Nor did anyone else around me hallucinate or have any strange symptoms, so I rule out carbon monoxide poisoning. I see other people stating they've seen shadow people, but I'm not sure this was a person. Definitely don't know if it had a hat to be a hat man, And it seems normal accounts of shadow people have them not zooming around things and making lights flicker. And now, I'm a father, have a wonderful wife and a great job, but this still takes up immense real estate in my head. Any direction or insight appreciated. Would particularly like to hear about or speak with others who have seen similar things. For some backstory, I used to live in this house for about 11 years. Once, I'd asked my mom if she had seen, heard, or experienced anything in there. She told me that up in the attic, when her and my dad, were first moving in, she went to store some things up there and noticed this weird door made of plywood. She opened it, and lo and behold, a small mattress that looked like it was for a child. Then she discovered a picture of a girl hanging from a single nail above the mattress. She examined the photo, and there was nothing written on the back of it, and nothing to indicate the time period except the girl's appearance. I still haven't been able to figure this out. And that was that, the whole story. Today, though, I went up to see for myself. See, I've been wanting to see this for about a year, and I got my chance today. The deal for the house closes on Friday, since it's currently on the market and has a full offer put in. I went up with my dad and sister to see if we could find anything. We went into the small room, and I did see the tiny mattress. It was old and stained, and you could see the springs through the thin material. We looked around for about 10 minutes, and my main focus was on the picture. I eventually found it, but it wasn't hanging on the nail my mom described. It was right outside the small room, on the floor. I picked it up and exclaimed and carried it back downstairs. I had taken it outside with the intention of taking it to my current house, but I decided to put it back because it felt wrong to take it. Like something was telling me it was wrong. So I took some pictures of it and put it gently back on the attic steps. I said something along the lines of, "Here's your picture back. I'm sorry I took it." I then went back outside and got in the truck. When we got home, I was worried about something happening that correlated with the picture, so I thoroughly washed my hands. Then later, I deleted the pictures off my phone after I had shown some close friends that I had previously told this story to. This wouldn't be as creepy, but my mom also told me about how she would find me in my room at that old house when I was small, and it appeared like I was talking to nobody. She would ask me who I was talking to, and I would say, "I'm talking to Lisa." Now, I don't know what to make of this, but if this is the little girl I used to play with as a little kid, what do I do? I'm worried about residual energy and something following me. So, what do you guys think? This experience took place from 2003 to 2007, and because I was born in 1998, you should be able to understand that I will do my best to give you a full, in-depth recollection of this ghost. The only people I will mention that should appear in this post are my mother and my brother, who in the beginning is not yet born. He was born in 2004, so initially it was only my mother and I. A long time ago in my hometown, my mother and I moved into a duplex where the landlord lived upstairs while we lived downstairs. This house, as I remember it, was older, but must have been remodeled because it looked very 2000s and not from the late 19th century. We had a front porch and a decent-sized backyard with a fireplace in the centre of it, about as big as a yard can get in an urban, in the middle of our street home. Now for the layout of this duplex. I wasn't there when the moving in of furniture took place. I actually hung out with my aunt or my guardian. But the moment I stepped into our new home, I was excited. Excited to get on my CTR TV. In all honesty, but anyways. When you first walk into the house, you'll find that our dinner table is directly to the right of the front door. Looking forward to the living room, the CTR TV sat on the floor like those models usually could. The couch to the wall, to the left wall. Farther back from the front door to the other side of the duplex was a slide door to the backyard. And to the left, Of that door, the computer and desk against the left wall. Behind the couch was like some sort of counter. The wall was cut out to give you a view of the kitchen. To the right of that, the actual entrance to the kitchen. The kitchen was how you got to the 2 bedrooms, closet and bathroom. In fact, all of those rooms were connected. My bedroom and Mom's bedroom had no door, so we could always see what each other was doing. It had a closet that had a door to the bathroom. Bathroom has a closet door and a kitchen door. I do remember how everything else was laid out, but let me not bore you too hard. 2003. Finally, to the thing you're reading this for. The second thing I did after settling down into my new home was look out the sliding door to the backyard. Almost instantaneously, this experience introduces you to her. I don't have a name for her. She, the spirit, never said her name, nor do I remember what the history of the duplex said online. I thought nothing of the girl I saw staring down at the fireplace, and I remember what she was wearing and looked like to this day. I don't remember her face, only her scar that I will reveal to you soon. She didn't turn around, so at this time I've never seen her face. As she stared down at the fireplace unmoving, the sun reflected off her gorgeous golden hair, and she was wearing some kind of white dress. To be honest, that feels like a common thing with female spirits and dresses, doesn't it? The dress was gently being brushed by the wind. It was afternoon. The sun was high in the sky at this time, and yet there she was. Little did 5 or 6-year-old me realise that she wasn't actually alive or there. Little did I realise, but would soon learn, that she was more than what she seemed. I think I asked my mother who she was. Mom would always ask me who I was talking about. She couldn't see her, yet I could. Every day, she would be there by the fireplace in the same position all morning, staring at this fireplace. I never thought of approaching her for some reason, but I have been in the backyard plenty of times, and whenever I did go back there, she wasn't there. This next bit, I'm not sure if it was before my brother was born or after, but because I actually have no memory of my brother during this moment, it had to be before. One day, I was sitting at home by myself in the living room. It was the weekend and Mom was working, so I decided to make a bowl of cereal and almost turn the TV on, when suddenly out of nowhere, my soul was startled by the sound of a very, very loud robot voice that spoke an entire sentence. My thoughts were everywhere, scrambling to try to understand what I heard. Our landlord was quiet, pretty much never home, so I knew it couldn't have come from upstairs. I merely remember that this great and powerful voice was all around me. Maybe it was in my head, I'm not sure. But she randomly entered into my thoughts. I somehow felt that her and that one timer voice were connected. I would never hear the deep electronic voice ever again. 2004 is when things started becoming increasingly real. This is the year when my brother would be born in October, so I have a few things that I can recollect that I know for sure happened in this year. I feel that the activity increased throughout the years. By the time we moved out, she could do anything and has done a lot. 2004. What a year of nostalgia for me. I was as much of a gamer then as I am now at 23 years old. Although back then, I would actually watch TV. My favourite show was, funny enough, Ghost Hunters. Today, I don't really like or think that show was real, but damn, back then I did, and she, my friendly ghost with no name, put fuel to that fire. There was this one day, sun out and all, where Mom was sitting in the living room. I could in fact see her head over the counter in the kitchen. I pulled out my back then childhood board game, Sorry, and said out loud, setting up in the middle of the kitchen floor, "Who wants to play a board game with me?" I'm not sure why I used who rather than do you, when the only person there other than I was my mom. She was talking about her CNA job with someone on her phone, so she wasn't listening to me. However, the voice of a young girl said something to the left of me. To the left of me was the refrigerator, and to the front of the refrigerator was the entrance to my mom's bedroom. This voice said in a playful voice, "I do." I was fascinated, not frightened at all for some reason. To hear a voice coming from nowhere and pushing it off as a normal thing, might I add. Okay, I said, you go first. I pulled a card out for the voice and I watched and I waited. The card was an 8 and I gave the spirit the green pieces while I was red. Of course, and much to my disappointment, the green pieces didn't move at all. They had to be moved by me. I ended up playing an entire game of Sorry by myself, feeling a very cold air around me. Again, I thought absolutely nothing of it. My mum eventually got up from the couch and went to the fridge to get something from it. That was when the cold air dissipated. I don't remember if my mum and I conversed, but eventually that night, things would change forever in that apartment. Night came and I was sleeping soundly well into my dream world. I should say that this memory is very foggy, so I'm going to do my best to make sense of the conclusion of it. My dream was very abnormal. Everything around me was fogged like an old Silent Hill video game, hiding the surroundings in a creepy empty void. I was in my bed in the dream and she, the blonde girl, was sitting in that grey void next to the bed. Her face was blurry as hell, but I knew something was wrong with it. Her hair was parted and I don't actually think she had eyes. She was pale and looked like she sat in a fire. Her skin was covered in burns. She was sitting on her legs with a very friendly smile across her lips. "Hi, would you like me to read you a story?" she asked me, and then immediately began reading to me something from Mother Goose. She never gave me a chance to respond to her question. The entire dream went on like this. Her voice faded out slowly, and before I knew it, I would be awake again the following morning. Apparently, as I was sleeping, I got out of bed and asked my mother about her. I described the girl to my mom and everything, yet I remember none of that. I was sleepwalking, both dreaming of the girl reading a book to me, while my body got up to tell my mother about the ghost. My mother brought it up to me eventually, and for some reason, I was confused as to what she was talking about. It was almost as if I completely forgot about the ghost girl. The next incident is a repetitive nuisance. Anytime Mom and I returned home, the living room TV remote would be laying face down at the centre of the room, with the back cover missing and the AA batteries hidden in 2 places. We'd have to find them every single time. I wonder what my mother thought about all of this. I can only tell you in depth about my brother and myself. I think my mom must have been trying to make sense of the remote situation. Maybe she blamed it on me. Maybe she had incidents that I don't know about and didn't want to scare me. The remote game, as I call it, carried on for months. It would finally stop once my brother was born. This is when things get real. I would have urges of jealousy or eagerness. I'd bring a butter knife in hand to try to suffocate my brother, and I loved the kids so much I can't explain why I would make such violent attempts. I would stop myself before I did anything. I don't actually remember grabbing the knife ever, in fact. My brother was never harmed, but the spirit girl had plans with him. For a while, the house was quiet. Time passes. I do not recall any more incidents of 2004. 2005. I can basically sort out these memories through the video games I played. This year was when Star Wars Battlefront 2 released, even though I was playing quite a lot of Star Wars Bounty Hunter and Destroy All Humans. My brother, who I will name for the sake of naming him, is called Austin. He was becoming talkative and still in a crib at the time of this next incident. This incident consisted of a second dream that signalled the return of her. She was not absent long, since the last incident I described. This last time, she was going to be moving things and people, while you were there to see it in your peripherals. She would talk a lot more, but I could no longer see her in 2005. In fact, she ditched me for my brother to become his imaginary friend. The first incident of 2005, she appeared in my dreams to read me The Itsy Bitsy Spider, but my brother was there next to me. My bed was outside in the backyard, and she was sitting in the middle of the fireplace reading to both of us. The second incident initiates her power. I was sitting in my bed in pitch black. My mom's room, which I'm able to see from my bed, had my brother's crib around the corner, just on the other side of the wall of my bed. I'm sitting there trying to sleep, when all of a sudden, I hear footsteps from the kitchen to my brother's crib. I watch, fixing my eyes and adjusting to the dark. There was absolutely no one there. I then heard something dragging and a thud. Out came my already walking brother, who had no way of getting out of the crib. It was too high for him to do so. He walked up to me, not creeped out at all compared to me, speaking gibberish. I went to tell Mom that Austin got out of his crib somehow. She told me to go back to bed and she'll take care of him. Creeped out, I remained in bed, staring at my ceiling for a while. I made friends with my next door neighbour in 2005. His name was Isaiah, but he never really experiences any of these incidences with me. If he has, I don't know about it. I only mention him to bring up his house sitting to the right of my home. I was social for a time and was quite the daredevil. At night was when the spirit would do things in front of me. One in particular was my brother in that little jumper thing babies sit in to walk around. Note that somehow he walked to my side of the bed that night, yet he can't really walk like that. He was bouncing around and beating up all of the spinning circles, pressing buttons, dancing to the audio music, when suddenly he got real quiet. I was playing Pac-Man World 2 in my mom's bedroom while he was in the kitchen, so right outside the doorway. He was staring at about my height, but nowhere in my direction. He was looking to the small open space to the left of the refrigerator and talking. Austin was laughing and talking gibberish with someone he thought was there. Mom noticed this too and we were like, Austin, who are you talking to? He would do this for a while. He actually got out of his crib one more time eventually this year, but I'm not sure when that was. But I remember carrying him and barely being able to lift him over the side of the crib back into it. I have one more thing for 2005, and I honestly think this is the coolest incident I have of the spirit. It was nighttime, and I was playing Star Wars Bounty Hunter. My mom's bed had a little lamb on the left side of it. Out of my peripherals, I saw the corner of her bed's blanket lift up into the air and drop back down when I attempted to directly look at what in blazes was going on. Again, I was thrilled rather than chilled. If I was to guess what the ghost girl was doing, she was probably laying in my mom's bed to watch my brother in his crib. At this point, I no longer hear or see her, so I can only make guesses of where she's standing based on peripheral sightings or what my brother was up to. My brother was sleeping when this happened. 2006. There is not much that I can remember of this year, but I could ask about my brother about his experiences eventually. I remember at least two things. One of them was how I was having emotions that were not my own. I'd be stuck in trances. There was no known order of events for this year. The closet that connects my bedroom to the bathroom was a point of interest this year for me. Something always told me that whenever my nose bled, or if I bled anywhere at all, to wipe it all over the walls of the closet. At night, I felt like someone was watching me from the keyhole. One day, I suddenly felt so depressed and aimless that it took a stool and stared at the oven clock for 5 hours straight. Neither Mom or Austin were home, so I was left there uninterrupted. My thoughts were creepy. I was remembering a fire, yet I never experienced a fire as big as I was imagining. 2007. Austin is talking great by now. I began hearing laughter and footsteps in my mom's bedroom, and Austin would sleep in the same bed as Mom. The crib was removed at this point, and the TV in the bedroom area was moved at least 3 times. That TV was new at the time, yet there was a day I was playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The TV was sitting on the floor next to Mom's bed, and I sat right in front of it. The TV turned itself off. I heard the button clank and everything, so I turned the TV back on. I continue to play the game, and the TV does the same thing. It turns off, and the sound of the button on the TV being pressed can be heard. I sat there and grumbled. I turn the TV on again, and I sit there and watch the power button of the TV, waiting for it to turn off again. Sure thing, I see the button being pushed into the TV, the loud click sound these old CRT TV buttons had, and the static of the TV screen dissolving. I never left a bedroom so fast. The TV remote throughout this year would get thrown around. and I was able to see the ghost girl again. Austin and I saw her staring at the backyard fireplace. One night, we had people over and had a bonfire, and I remember seeing the spirit hovering in a tree branch above us, staring at the fire. Do you remember when I said that she looked like she was burned alive in that dream a few years back? Her dress was now dirty, and her face was not blurry anymore. I just couldn't make out facial features. Eventually, my mom would look up the history of this apartment. At some point in the 1900s, the duplex was set on fire, and this girl my brother and I always saw was caught in the middle of it. She passed away in either the bedrooms or living room. My friend next door and I started to not get along, and before any of that got worse, Mom, my brother and I moved out. The day came where we'd see that house one last time. Mom pulled out of the driveway, and Austin and I were in the back seat. On our porch, I saw her again. She had her hand on the railing watching us drive off. I asked Mom, "Is she coming with us?" My mom, scared by my question, responded with, "Hell no, she isn't," and sped away. 2 years later, my friend's house would mysteriously be set on fire from the side of their house facing the duplex. My friend's house was completely destroyed. I believe that duplex is still there to this day. In fact, I'm going to look it up on Google Maps in a minute. To experience such paranormal activity made me believe that life has a lot more secrets, and many the eye can't meet, nor the mind is able to explain. We know very little about our world, and spirits like this girl are the many reasons why you should keep an open mind. This happened around 2020 or 2019, I can't remember. I just finished washing my face and brushing my teeth and ready to go to bed. Inside my bedroom, there was my younger brother, let's call him Jay. He was playing FIFA on my laptop. When I entered the room, I saw him leaning on the wall behind him, pausing the game, scrolling through his phone, and a joystick on his lap. I walked in front of him and jumped straight into the bed. The room itself was tiny. It was around 2 by 2 meters squared. Jay was sitting on the floor right next to the bed. The bed had no frame. It was like just 2 beds stacked on top of each other. The laptop was on the small or short table right next to my head, and Jay was on my feet. Anyway, I pulled the blanket over my head, closed my eyes, and not long after, I could feel something pressing on the empty space of the bed. Then I felt body heat and breathed next to me, and I thought, Jay must be tired, and decided to lay down on the bed. Then I felt shifts and could tell Jay is now laying on his side and opening his mouth wide in front of my ear hole, giving a hot feeling to my ear. When we were a lot younger, we'd do that to each other as a joke. But now I thought, bro, you're in high school already, and you still do that shit? Before I could say anything to Jay, I heard the game's commentators. You see, when you paused FIFA, you can hear chants but not the commentators. So when you unpaused it, you can hear the commentators again. And I felt shifts on my feet. Then Jay clears his throat, but the sound wasn't coming from next to my ear, but down there on my feet. I could also hear Jay was pressing the joystick buttons. I was like, wait a minute. If Jay is there on my feet, then who is next to me? My heart was beating so fast. I quickly pulled the blanket down, and sure enough, there was no one there next to me. Jay stared at me like, what's going on? I didn't say anything to Jay, but I only said, there's a ghost, repeatedly like a broken tape. That night, I eventually slept in Jay's bedroom. Just for context, my wife and I lived in our house for almost 10 years. During the majority of this time, we've had 0 paranormal experiences. About a year and a half ago, my mother-in-law passed away. She was really close with my wife, and obviously has been hard on her. Since her passing, a few odd things have happened. A knocking here and there, but quiet enough to disregard it as something other than paranormal. The sound of doors closing gently, which has never happened before. But we just assumed it was heating or cooling, closing a partially open door, which we've never or seen or heard or witnessed happen. But we just debunk most weird occurrences to something other than paranormal. My first major experience was when my wife was out of town for work about a year ago. I had a video call with my wife and we talked about half an hour, and she decided she was going to bed. I decided to make Jack and Coke and relax for a bit, and I went to bed. So I make my drink, and while I'm stirring it up, the shot glass slides about 8 inches across the counter. There was no water or alcohol on the counter that could have assisted it sliding. I tried to recreate it to no avail. So, officially spooked a bit, I had to call my wife back. She calmly says, "My mom must be hanging with you, having a drink." I kind of felt honoured that she'd hang with me, and just went along with it and tried to enjoy my drink. So over the next year or so, the same sounds kept happening, but nothing like the shot glass. Until about a few weeks ago. It was about 2 p.m. and my 14-year-old daughter was over for the weekend. I was showing her our newly remodelled bathroom, which was down the hallway from our kitchen, maybe 20 to 30 feet, and we heard a loud clap sound, and my wife said, "The fuck was that?" So we came out to see what happened, and she instantly assumed it was me sneaking up behind her and clapping. But I assured her that we were both in the bathroom, not anywhere in the proximity of where we heard the clap. We were all just kind of in shock. We all heard it loud and clear. We were all standing around talking about it, and then all of a sudden, there's another loud clap, which sounded like it was just a few feet away from my head, and in between where my daughter and I were standing. I physically felt the vibrations of the air. We were all stunned again and in disbelief about it. We all just kind of joked it was the mother-in-law letting us know she's still around us, or something like that. Now it's been a few weeks, and I've had no new occurrences or sounds. Till about 45 minutes ago. My wife was in the garage and heard another loud clap. The garage door was closed. Everyone in the house. She was all alone. I heard the clap from inside the house, but just assumed it was her making it somehow. She came inside and told me she heard the clap again, and I told her I had heard it as well. Definitely something paranormal in my opinion. But has anyone had something similar to this? Would love to hear your experiences or opinions. Back in the summer of 2016 as a teen, I went with a family friend to their home in China, specifically Tianjin. Note that they are wealthy and the home was very large. In the first few nights while in bed, I heard some whistling sounds around the house, but chalked it up to my friend's family just making a tune. The whistling tune occurred every 1 to 2 minutes to an hour and was made up of 2 notes, a higher note and a lower note that prolongs a bit. A few more days in, I was home alone due to the family needing to attend some family emergency, and I heard the whistling again and happening at different areas of the house. I was too scared to go outside my room to check, so I waited till morning. I checked everywhere around the house, but it just doesn't make sense as to what can make that whistling sound that can occur all around the house. Then, my breaking point. As I was packing up my stuff to go see family in Hong Kong the next day, I heard the whistling again, but next to my ear, when I was at the pitch dark stairway. My goodness. I hurried to the living room, turned on the TV to watch some random movie on full blast, I think it was Judge Dredd, and just sat still for a while. I said fuck it to the rest of my packing, and just waited till morning on the couch, and get the fuck out to the airport. About a couple of weeks later, I came back a bit nervous, but felt a bit better as my friends and their family are back so that I can ignore the situation. I took a nap after the long trip and experienced the worst nightmare I ever had. I still remember it quite vividly, and basically, it was my relatives, all as the undead/demons, and I was being chased but couldn't escape. To this day, this was my creepiest experience, and as someone who tends to not be superstitious, I believe those events were terrifying and paranormal. I'm going to start this out really blunt, and I'm sorry for that, but there's really no other way for me to start it. I have a friend that died a few years ago. He and I used to be really close. Our main forms of contact were always texts, messages on Facebook before Messenger, or calls because we lived in different states. He helped me through a lot. We grew apart due to being on different life paths. He was active duty military, I became a mom and got married. But we always touched base with each other occasionally. He died in 2017. A few months later, I got a notification on my phone that said his name had joined Messenger. Say hi. That stupid Messenger notification you get when someone downloads it. I went straight into a panic attack brought on by grief. I rationalised it away that maybe his fiancée or his parents had downloaded it to check his messages or something. Last year in October, I had a dream. I was on my phone. Weird, because I never see cell phones in my dreams. And I got a message notification with the little picture bubble and everything. Him. Hey, just checking in. How are you doing? Me. What? What's going on? This has to be a joke. Who is this? Him. It's me. What are you talking about? How are you doing? How are the kids? Side note, I only had one child when he was alive. Second was born about 1.5 years after he died. Me. They're doing good. I still don't understand. Him. I gotta go. I'll check in again later. Needless to say, I was all kinds of freaked out. I don't know if it was wishful thinking or if he actually visited me, but I feel it was an actual visitation. When I was a little kid, between the ages of 5 to 6, my family and I lived in a pink house in a little quarter-sack in Apex, North Carolina. The house was built on a cemetery. The builders moved the tombs, but not the bodies. I don't know why. Now, I don't have many memories about the house, so my parents told me stories when we lived there. Story 1, The Greedy Children. This story is very short, but my father told me that 2 children would take me and my sister's toys. So this happened when a babysitter came to look after us. Me and my sister went to the playroom up in the attic. When my father came back home, he said that he found us arguing with someone. When he asked us who we were talking to, we said the children won't let us play with our toys. Story 2, The Man at My Bedside. So me and my sister slept in the same room in a bunk bed. My mum and dad said that I said when I woke up, I would tell them that there was a man who sat on my bed. Now this would happen often, but not too often. I don't remember the man, but it still gives me chills sometimes. Story 3, Paintings and Children. My house had a hall where we would hang up paintings. My dad said that sometimes they would just plop off. This went off very often. My dad also said that he heard someone running up and down the hall. To him, they sounded like children playing. Story 4, Mirror in the Bathroom. My mum and dad were sleeping when the mirror in the bathroom fell down and crashed. Now this sounds like normal. It could have been. It could have just been lost or something. But according to my parents, the mirror fell and was thrown out of the bathroom, then crashed. Story 5, Mom? Very short, but I remember when I was falling asleep, I saw an outline of a woman leaving my bedroom. I called out to the outline saying, Mom, but it didn't respond. I simply shrugged it off and went to bed. Story 6, Lady in Red. My father told me this story. So one night, my dad and his aunt were watching a movie and drinking wine. My dad said that he heard something behind me. So he turned around and saw a lady walking down the staircase. According to him, the lady wore a very fluffy scarf and had a long cager in her mouth. The lady looked at them and said, "Get out," then walked through the floor. His aunt was very concerned, and my dad just said, "Just keep drinking." I don't know who lives there now, but I know for sure they're having one hell of an experience. Probably best to prefix this with the fact that I'm not a believer. However, there are some things in my life, most of which happened in this house, I cannot explain. This being one of them, and particularly peculiar as it happened many times, from ages 5 to 17. A static-like sparkle existed on a single bedroom door. It was about 50 centimetres high, 30 centimetres wide. Existed on the top half of the door, and it looked like television static, but whiter and softer. As I walked into the room, the sparkle was on the right side of me, and as I exited the room, it was on the left side of me. So it was on a fixed point of the door, and not in my eye, so to speak. It would only exist in my peripheral and disappear if I looked at it directly. However, it would still be there in my peripheral when I turned my head back. To me, it looked like an artist's depiction of energy. I often thought about reaching out and touching it, but never found the courage due to the stories of negative paranormal activity of this house, the reason the previous owners moved. The sparkle would come and go over the years, staying for a week or two and then disappearing for a year, until I got to about 14 and then it became a memory. As I entered adulthood, I always thought about the strange sparkle as the room with the door became my bedroom. Then when I was 17, now feeling like a rational human, the sparkle returned. It actually panicked me and I even moved rooms. I moved out of the house entirely not too long after that, but never got an answer as to what it was. But it's still something I think about every few months. And something as I get older only leaves me with more questions. So this took place about 20 years ago. I was 7 at the time, and my family, consisting of my mom, her boyfriend and my sister, had just moved into a new house. It was located just outside of a suburb, so we had neighbours within walking distance, and civilization was just a 5-minute drive away. This was a pretty big house. Downstairs with the living room, kitchen, bathroom, dining room, and a small room for the washing machine. Upstairs was 3 bedrooms and a small bathroom. One last thing that is important to know is that when you walked into the house, the staircase would be immediately to your right, and you could see the walkway that led to the bedrooms. It all started with my mom. She was working nights, so there were several days per week that she had off, so she was often alone in the house during the days. One day, she had done some laundry and was carrying it into my room, which was the biggest room in the house, located at the far left of the upstairs hallway. She put my clothes in a closet, closed it, and walked away. But as she reached the doorstep, the closet opened. Confused, she went back and closed it, but still the same result. Although this was a closet door where you had to twist the handle and pull for it to open, she didn't think much of it. But this kept happening almost every time she went into my room. On top of this, she started to feel this intense feeling of someone watching her in there. As soon as she stepped foot into my room, an immense pressure came over her chest, and all she could think about was to get out of the room. She later told me that she would sometimes wait with whatever business she had there until someone else was home. And apparently, she had told friends how she wasn't comfortable with me sleeping in that room. Then we have little old me. My mom didn't tell me any of her experiences as I was a young lad and she didn't want to frighten me. But I also started to feel the same things she had. Neither creepypastas or YouTube were a thing, and I hadn't started watching horror movies, so I had a hard time identifying the feeling. I would often avoid spending time in my room if I was alone because I just felt scared. I also heard the sound of the closet doors opening. I would have nightmares about people coming into my room. I don't remember this, but my mom has told me how I sometimes would talk in my sleep. Their bedroom was next to mine, and say stuff like, "Get out." Then we have the experience that I remember most clearly. It was around 3 in the afternoon. I had just arrived home from school. The rest of my family was away grocery shopping. This wasn't unusual. I had been home alone multiple times. So I walk up to the house, open the door, and just as I get inside, I hear something. Loud breathing, coming from upstairs. Then I hear heavy footsteps, slow but determinant. They go from room to the stairs. I bolt outside, scared half to death. My first thought was that a burglar was inside the house. I waited in the rain for 30 minutes before my family came home and I told them what had happened. They found nothing. I thought I would end this by retelling an experience my mother's boyfriend had. He was and is a skeptic towards anything paranormal. So one evening, he had a friend over. My mum was at work, I was with a friend, and my sister was asleep upstairs. It's important to note that my sister was 3 at this time. He was in the living room, which was located downstairs underneath my room, watching some TV with a friend. They're talking and having a good time. Suddenly, are interrupted by a thud above them, in my room. And then they hear slow, heavy footsteps going from my room and stopping at the stairs. They both freeze up and fix their gaze on the top of the stairs. After a couple of seconds, they remember my little sister being asleep upstairs, so they gather courage and rush upstairs but find nothing. The friends got so spooked by this that he went home, and my mother's boyfriend eventually admitted that even he couldn't explain it. This incident is from Mad Islands, a bunch of islands in the outskirts of Mumbai, the capital of the Indian state of Maharashtra. Mad Islands is still not very well developed. It is still considered a remote place with roads built around forest areas. Not all parts of the roads are well lit by streetlights. Some don't even have them. Only very few residential properties are there. Around 12 years ago, Smokey went to visit one of her friends who used to live in Mad Island. It was around 1 a.m. She found an empty taxi passing by. She sat down in the back seat. After a few moments of driving, Smokey noticed that someone was sitting beside her. An old lady with a big, creepy smile on her face, dressed up in a white sari, a traditional dress of Indian women, sat beside her, but not looking towards her, but staring in front, not looking towards Smokey. Smokey noticed all this with the corner of her eyes. She couldn't believe if this was all real. She did not dare to take a look, as if she did, all this would become real. She could see that the lady was smiling, not even by looking at her, just from her peripheral vision. Smokey was frozen. Her face grew pale, not knowing what to do. Fear growing every moment that what would happen if she turned her head to see her. At this point, tears rolled down her eyes, praying to God that her destination arrived soon. She kept her eyes straight the whole time. Nobody talked throughout the journey. A few minutes pass by and she reaches the destination. The taxi stops outside the front gates of her friend's villa. It would still take a minute's walk to reach the doorbell, as it was a huge villa. Smokey tells the driver to drop her inside in front of the door. For some reason, the driver hesitates, but gives in as Smokey insists him, now crying. She's unable to take it anymore. She just wants to jump out of the taxi and run as fast as she can, but doesn't want the driver to leave her alone. The car drops her in. The old lady is still sitting, smiling, but not looking at Smokey. As soon as the car stopped, Smokey jumped out of the car and gave the driver the money. Still not looking at the lady, still crying. But as soon as the driver took the money, he looked at Smokey. With a blunt face, somewhat scared, he asked her, "Ma'am, did you see the lady too?" I was watching my grandchild that evening. It was a quiet evening, and after cooking and eating dinner that I had prepared for my grandchild, I retired to the living room to watch the news, leaving my grandchild playing in the hallway outside my bedroom door, so that I could keep an eye on her. My grandchild is a sweet 5-year-old, and I left her colouring and playing with her dolls quietly. I sat in my living room chair and turned on the television, turning the sound down on low so I could hear my little one if she called out to me or anything. After about an hour or so, I heard her in conversation with someone. There was no one else in the house besides myself, and who could she be having a conversation with? I sat dumbfounded, thinking it must be her playing with her dolls. I dismissed it and turned my attention to what was transpiring on the television screen. After a few minutes, and the conversation with my grandchild still going on, I began to listen on her conversation with what I thought were her dolls. However, to my amazement, the conversation was way beyond just playing with her dolls. She was asking questions, and it seemed like someone, although I couldn't hear them, was in return responding back to her. My curiosity kept me glued to the seat as I listened in for another minute or two, before deciding to go and see whom or what she was interacting with. Before I could get up and out of my seat, she stepped in the room with me, sat down beside me, and I asked, "Sweetheart, who were you talking to? Were you playing with your dolls?" She turned around and looked at me and said, "No, Grandma, I was talking to your mama and daddy." I said, "Baby, you couldn't possibly be talking to my mother and father. They've been dead for many years now." My grandbaby looked at me very seriously and matter-of-factly and said, "Granny, they were asking me questions about you and how you were doing. Granny, they told me they still love you and miss you." From that night on, there was never a mention from her about my deceased parents, and this never happened again when it was just the two of us at the house. However, without a single doubt in my mind, I know that evening my parents were checking in on me through my grandbaby. This incident still brings tears to my eye when I think or talk about it. This story took place in my household when my daughter was about 4 or 5 years of age, and it's a true story. I used to put my daughter to bed by reading her a story and sitting in her room until she went to sleep. This allowed me to spend much needed quality time with her after very long days on the job. We started to notice that when we woke her up in the mornings to go to daycare, she always complained of being tired. After a few weeks of her complaining to be tired and not wanting to get up for school, we started to question her. I knew for a fact she was going to sleep because many nights I had fallen asleep on her floor, and upon waking to take myself to bed, I would notice that she was sound asleep. After some prompting and questioning her, this is the story that she told us. It seems that very late in the evening, after we were all in bed asleep, she would be awakened by an old lady with a very colourful long dress that would tickle her feet and wake her up at night. My daughter exclaimed that the lady never spoke, just smiled, gave her a couple of tickles on her feet and just sat and watched over her until she fell back asleep. This occurrence happened for over a month, and although I made it a point to spend the night in her room a couple of times just to confirm or debunk her claims, this apparition still came in the quiet of the night after I was asleep and continued the ritual, despite the fact my large butt was lying on the floor. I never heard my daughter stir and never caught a glimpse of the old lady. At one point, my daughter happened to see a photo of a person wearing a colourful kimono, at which point she exclaimed that the lady that had been visiting her wore a colourful dress just like that. Not the same one in the picture, but similar. Now, my daughter is half Japanese, and at that point in her life, she had never worn or seen anyone in a kimono. But she was dead set on thinking that this was a similar dress to what the old lady wore upon entering her room and interacting with her. After many discussions with my wife, we chalked it up to my wife's grandmother, who may have been doing the visitations. My wife had been close to her grandmother and was the first one at a very young age to find her grandmother deceased in the bathtub. Needless to say, it was a traumatic experience for my wife, who again was so very close to her grandmother. Prompting more of a description of the kindly old lady from my daughter as to what the lady looked like, it was confirmed that it was my wife's grandmother visiting the grandchild she never got to see. We were overjoyed by this and yet broken up, and wished we had the chance or ability to see her and express our love and thanks for looking over our daughter. However, as the month passed with my daughter being awakened every night and tired in the morning, with a heavy heart, I went into my daughter's room while everyone was out of the house, and with the utmost respect and reverence, asked grandmother not to wake the baby anymore. She needed her rest for school, and that we loved her, and were happy she wanted to visit and see her grandchild, but she could no longer wake her up or let her see her. Truly, it was one of the hardest and heartfelt things that I have done, but I knew it was right. The next evening, my daughter had a sound sleep. When asked, she told us the old lady had come to say goodbye and never showed herself again. As I write this, I'm so thankful that from beyond the grave, grandmother wanted to see and meet her granddaughter. And although we've never had another encounter with the grandmother in the kimono, I know she's still out there, watching over our family. This story comes down from my grandparents, who grew up in a small town in El Salvador. This is one among many encounters with the paranormal in their lives. Like many in El Salvador, my grandparents came from a town deeply religious and entrenched in the Catholic faith. Angels and demons are a real part of everyone's lives. My grandmother was 9 months pregnant with my uncle when her water finally broke. It was the middle of the night. Unfortunately for my grandparents, their house was on the other side of the town river, where lighting was poor and the roads were dirt. To get to the town centre to catch a ride to the hospital, my grandparents needed to walk across a narrow, poorly lit bridge and up a large hill. An uneasy trek, even when you're not getting ready to give birth. As my grandparents reach the river, they can hear the flow of the water in the cool breeze. My grandfather tells my grandmother to stay strong and focused. There's no time to be caught off guard. As they're about to walk across the bridge, my grandmother hears a cry. A little girl, barefoot and sitting on a rock by the river. "Help me," she says. She can't be more than 5 years old. The little girl is looking right at my grandmother. "Help me, I have a splinter in my foot." My grandmother immediately feels a sense of motherly duty come over her as the little girl tends to her foot. My grandmother becomes very concerned for this little girl sitting on a rock in the middle of the night. She approaches the little girl, who's got tears streaming down her face. As she reaches closer, my grandfather leaps in between them. He takes out his machete and with a swift movement, he makes the sign of the Holy Cross in front of the little girl. To my grandmother's amazement, the girl disappears immediately. My grandfather turns to her and says, "You know better than this. You know the devil disguises itself as innocent and inviting as it can." My grandmother begins to sob and thanks my grandfather as they continue their journey to the hospital. This happened when I was 13 years old, spending the Christmas holidays abroad, in a rural part of France. My parents are French and I was born in France, but I grew up in Canada since I was 2 years old. We spent a lot of summer and winter holidays there. I was staying with relatives of mine in their house when this occurred, which was a very old farmhouse. On this particular day, my cousins and I decided to stay inside for the day because it was snowing heavily. We spent most of the day just wasting time and horsing around. A little later in the afternoon, my older cousin and I went up into the attic together because she was looking for something, and I followed her because I was curious to see the attic. There was a lot of stuff up there that interested me, like old books and some antique items. Once she found what she needed, I asked her if it was okay if I stayed up there for a while to look around. She giggled and said something to the effect of, "Why? It's just a bunch of old shit up here. But yeah, if you want to." I spent about half an hour walking around looking at stuff until I happened upon some old book from the early 1800s that seemed intriguing to me because I was and am a bit of a literature nerd. I sat down and read it for a little while before deciding that I wanted to take it back to my bedroom to read every night before bed. When I closed the book and went to stand up, my gaze immediately shifted over to a woman who was sitting in a chair on the left side of the room. This briefly startled me at first and made me gasp because I'd never seen her before and I didn't hear her come into the attic. She was wearing very old clothing, had long blonde hair, and she was quite pretty. She looked like she was somewhere between 25 and 30 years old. She didn't look solid though, and it's hard to explain exactly what I meant by that. She wasn't like the stereotypical Hollywoodized translucent ghost, but she had a certain opaqueness about her that tells you on an instinctual level that you're not looking at a living biological entity. She smiled and said to me, "Désolé si je vous ai fait peur, ma chère." Sorry if I scared you, dear. At this point, I didn't feel any fear or apprehension at all. This apparition radiated a kind, warm and positive energy that I could somehow feel right down to my core, and I felt safe in her presence. It was a very brief encounter. Around 5 seconds after she spoke, she stood up, walked about 7 feet to the right of the room, and faded away mid-stride. I just silently sat there dumbfounded for a few minutes. When I left the attic, I was hesitant to tell anybody about what I saw, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. A few days later, I decided to privately ask my youngest cousin about it. She was 8 years old, and I figured that younger kids are usually a little more open to things like this, and less judgmental than teenagers and adults. To my surprise, she was quite candid about it. When I asked her if she had ever seen a lady who appeared out of nowhere, she responded, "Do you mean the blonde lady?" When I nodded, she then said something to the effect of, "Yeah, I see her sometimes. It's okay, she's nice." She told me that she had been seeing her since she was about 5 years old. We didn't really talk much more about it, and I didn't tell anybody else what I had seen. It's something that will always vividly stick in my memory because it was so surreal, and I can still visualize her face when I close my eyes. I never did find out who she was. The fact that the farmhouse was very old would lead me to believe that she most likely lived there at one time. I don't think that all ghosts are forlorn spirits yearning for something. I have read stories about some that come across as harmless and seem happy. Maybe some of them occasionally enjoy visiting places where there are a lot of fond memories for them. My mom believes I'm sensitive in some way, whether that be empathic or a little more than that. I'm not so much of a believer that I am those, but I am a believer in paranormal occurrences. This week, I've been having a lot of issues sleeping or staying asleep. I suffer from insomnia, especially when I have too much going on with my mental health. School full-time, work full-time, and a focus on a big move is making me stressed nonetheless. When this happens, I typically can have lucid dreams, but lately, I feel as though I'm losing control of my dreams, with weird things happening in them and outside of them. From my sister getting swept away in a tornado, to ghostly figures escaping a satanic setting, to freakish lightning storms. All of which are normal when I'm under heavy amounts of stress. Last night, I had an experience that left me confused. I fell asleep around 1 a.m. I get up for work at about 8:30 a.m, so it's not a terrible sleep, but isn't great. Throughout the night, I had been in and out of sleep, or feeling like I'm not dipping into the needed REM. I fell into a lucid slumber. The setting was my old preteen to adulthood home that sat on a lonely hill. The nearest neighbour wasn't far, but it was a walk. The back side of the house had a full view of the valley below, and the other mountain across this valley. It was a manufactured home, but in my dream it lacked repair and seemed abandoned. My parents were there along with my fiancée. It was evening, or maybe even dark or twilight. The sky was blood red. A storm was brewing. Distant thunder with blood red flashes in the sky. A wild pack of dogs roamed the 20-acre property, as if to hunt something down or maybe run away from something. The house didn't have windows, and the doors were torn up wood doors that didn't look like they could keep even the biggest dangers out. Basically, all of the Halloween vibes you can think of. I felt nervous and out of control of what was happening. The storm got closer, and my mom told my stepdad not to go outside. He didn't listen. He seemed mesmerized by the sky. He stepped outside onto our paved to gravel driveway just outside of our front door, leading to our garage. Staring at the sky, not breaking contact, and my mom was now yelling at him to get back inside. I then felt as though I was sucked away into the sky, as if a hand came down and picked me up. And then I hovered over him, and I could see him staring. He was staring at me. He reached up with both arms, and I shot down at him as if I was the lightning. And then I woke. It was hot. I was dizzy. My fiancé was sweating in his sleep, which is a regular occurrence. Human furnaces, am I right? I laid in bed and listened. It was quiet. I should sleep. I need to, I told myself. I laid there spinning in this daze. Maybe I needed water. Maybe if I just closed my eyes, I can just sleep. I closed my eyes to stop spinning. We live in a very small cabin about the size of most people's living rooms. There's a loft above the front door, a small kitchenette on the left, a couch on the right. Behind the couch is our very small room that fits our queen bed and our dog kennel for our pups, and a bathroom behind the kitchenette, all as if to walk in front of the door. I laid there getting the courage to either go back to sleep, because it's an emotional battle of its own, or get water. I'm lazy. I tried to sleep. God, why can't I sleep? Hello? I opened my eyes. Did I just hear someone? I heard hello. Not possible. It's just us that lives here. It's a newer cabin too. There's no way. I'm not doing this. I need sleep. I laid there, and the spinning continued. I need water. I sat up. The spinning immediately stopped. I know I heard that. It sounded like it came from the couch. I peeked around the corner. I wasn't scared, but curious. Nothing was there. It was silent. Fiancé was asleep, and so were the pups, all cuddled on the bed and on my legs. Damn dogs. It was silent, very quiet. Water isn't worth this right now. I laid back down, going back into my spinning spell. Why can't I sleep? Hello? My eyes shot open. It was an impatient female voice. Came from the couch. Nobody was there when I checked before, and then as suddenly as I woke, I fell back asleep, as if my body chose to sleep over the paranoia, the vertigo, and the stress this brought me. As if my body said, this is taking too much energy. I'll handle it from here. I didn't dream after that, but woke to my alarm and came out of another spinning slumber. I've never heard anything vocal before, and it didn't necessarily startle me, but confused me more than anything. I've had many experiences, but this seemed to be the most I felt something present. Maybe tonight I'll rest. Wish me luck. In 2018, my grandfather passed away after 4 years of struggling with dementia. An awful disease that strips a person of almost everything that makes them who they are. It was a very difficult time for me because as his only family member, I had to take full responsibility for his finances and important health decisions. Not to mention the guilt I was carrying around because he had been living in a nursing home due to needing 24-hour care. The day after the hospital called to say he died, I made the 6-hour journey by train to his home. I fumbled my way through the next 3 days, registering his death, arranging his funeral and flowers, contacting the relevant people, etc. Not really sure if I was doing the right things by him, and second-guessing each decision I did make. After my grandfather's funeral, I returned home, in a state of disbelief that I had just said goodbye to the last member of my family. I got to bed that night, worrying about whether I'd done this, that, and the other thing or not. I happened to turn towards the window, just as a beautiful rainbow, patterned light sparkled across my blackout blind. There was one, then two, then loads of these lights which seemed to be on my blind. They made me think of the light flashes you get from a spinning glitter ball. They appeared to rain down and dance across my blind. These lights were so bright that they were visible in the hallway, as my partner in the other room saw them too. The lights were visible for maybe 7 seconds before fading out. I was scared for a second or two, but then I was just amazed by them. I got a really calming feeling coming over me, and I took the lights to either be my grandfather or to get a message from him. I like to think the message was thank you and all is well. For the next half hour, I tried recreating the lights in order to come up with some kind of rational explanation, but I couldn't. No light ever comes through that blind, nor does any light come through the blind in the other bedroom. There are no windows in the hallway. I've not seen the light since. Anyway, not a scary experience. In fact, it gave me comfort when I really needed it. It was like my grandfather acknowledged everything that I'd done for him, which at the time, he was still alive. He wasn't even aware of. This was a story told to me by my grandfather a few years before he passed away. My grandparents were both born in the first half of the 1920s, and they were brought up by parents and family who were very Victorian in their ways. What you saw was what you got. They were both highly intelligent, honest, hard-working, and didn't have time for bullshit. To say I was surprised by my grandfather telling me a ghost story is a massive understatement. He began by asking me, "Have we ever told you about the monk?" Anyway, my grandfather said that a few years beforehand, my grandma had got up out of bed at about 6 a.m. and made her way downstairs to make a pot of tea. This was her everyday routine, one she'd been doing each day of her married life for the past 60 years. My grandma walked along the hall towards the kitchen ahead of her, and on her way, she saw my grandfather in the dining room on the right-hand side of the hall. She saw him by the sideboard, wearing what she assumed was his dressing gown, hood up over his head. My grandma had called out, "Morning, Ken," and continued on her way to the kitchen. After making the pot of tea, my grandma had taken the tea tray into the lounge and discovered my grandfather, dressed in his clothes, sitting in his chair reading the newspaper. She had made a comment on how he'd got dressed quickly this morning, and confused by the comment, he asked what she meant. That's when Grandma had told him she'd seen him 5 minutes ago in the dining room, dressed in his dressing gown. She said that she'd called out to him, but perhaps he'd not heard her with that hood up over his head. My grandfather was now even more confused because he didn't even have a hood on his dressing gown. They laughed the event off, putting it down to hallucinations caused by deteriorating eyesight, but my grandfather said he was a bit worried at the time that it could be a sign of dementia. To a couple in their 80s, dementia is a far more scary prospect than seeing a ghost. My grandparents didn't talk about this strange incident again, until the same thing happened to my grandfather sometime later. He had been to the bathroom, which was opposite the lounge, and from there, you could see half of the dining room. He told me that he had come out of the bathroom to return to the lounge, and as he walked across the hall, he caught sight of my grandma in a dressing gown, with the hood up, walking towards the dining room window. By the time he reached the lounge, he realised that this was not my grandma, and so he headed into the dining room to investigate. There was nobody in the dining room, and my grandma was in the kitchen. My grandfather told me that 1, he was immediately relieved that he'd seen the person in the hood too, because that meant my grandma wasn't losing it, and 2, he believed that they had seen a ghost, and because of the hooded robe it wore, they decided it must be a monk. Hearing my grandfather talking about ghosts was great. It was a subject I never dreamed of discussing with him. Hearing this completely genuine person tell me they'd seen the ghost of a monk just solidified my belief in the paranormal. It scared the shit out of me too, though. After leaving my mum's house and moving from place to place with my dad for a couple years, we eventually moved into our very own home. We'd been living with his new girlfriend, but that had broken down and we ended up sofa surfing for a while. So, it felt really good to be settled in our own home. My friends from secondary school lived close by. I had my own bedroom and things were just easier. As I was getting older and more independent at this time, I'd often be in the house alone. I'd get home from school before my dad finished work, and some evenings my dad would be out. It was when I was on my own that I realised I didn't feel like I was on my own, and that feeling of dread I knew too well had returned. Like at Mum's house, the feeling would come, then it would begin to build and build until it was unbearable. The space between our front room and dining room at the bottom of the stairs was where I could sense something hanging around. Whenever I passed the foot of the stairs, I would get the feeling something was up there, waiting to pounce. I'd usually rush across that space, but sometimes I would walk it and brave a quick glance upstairs. Whenever I felt uneasy, I would pretend that someone was home with me, and I'd call out something like, "I'll be there now, Dad," thinking I could trick the scary thing into believing I wasn't alone. I would hear things walking or moving upstairs, or just out of view in another room. That sensation someone was lurking behind me happened regularly. I would have to leave the house and sit outside until I felt the fear subside and I could go back in. The worst ever experience in that house was when my dad had gone out with his new girlfriend one night, and I was home with my 2 cats. I also had my dad's girlfriend's dog with me, a beautiful German Shepherd type dog. I've been watching TV downstairs most of the evening, but I began feeling uneasy in the front room. So I went upstairs to my bedroom to distract myself with a book or magazine, with one of my cats next to me on the bed, and the dog was sat on the floor next to my bed. That damned feeling of something lurking was still there and beginning to build. I noticed my cat looking to the window wall that had a boiler there on the wall. Health and safety. She was sat fixated on something. I then turned to the dog. She was sitting rigid and upright, nose pointing forwards, looking to the exact same spot as the cat was, and my heart sank. That awful terror turned my stomach and gave me an instant cold sweat. Slowly, I turned back to look where they were looking, to see whatever they could see, and I saw it. Coming from the area of the boiler, there were 4 smoky/misty balls or orbs in a chain. The only way I could describe it at the time was that it moved like a wiggler, the caterpillar in Mario games. They were not joined together, but were moving together, away from the wall in mid-air, near where the boiler was. Now this was not smoke. It was not something to do with the boiler. It was something else, but what? I do not know. They were a white/pale grey colour, not solid, nor totally see-through. They were like tennis ball-sized bubbles filled with smoke, but with no obvious edges. The smoke or mist was moving in a way that gave the impression of a ball shape, completely unlike anything I'd ever seen. So totally horrified, I grabbed my cat, got off the bed, called to the dog to follow me, opened the door, and we ran. We ran straight down the stairs to the front room, through the porch and out onto the doorstep. It was late, dark and really cold, but I was too terrified to go back in. We sat there for a couple of hours, the dog in the porch area, me on the cold concrete step until it was midnight, waiting for my dad and his girlfriend to come home. They were shocked to find me sitting out there when they came home. They were obviously concerned about the fact I'd been so scared inside. I chose to sit outside. However, I don't think they believed me when I told them about the wigglers. At our house, we could often hear footsteps upstairs. We would sit in our front room and hear the steps through the ceiling, followed by the creaks that the steps caused within the floorboards. Mum and Dad would simply put it down to the house settling at the end of the day. I wasn't convinced at the time, and I'm still not. Although it was a very pleasant room, with no creepiness happening in it, I can remember being really annoyed that my parents put me in the bedroom that they did. They had taken the attic room for themselves, and I was scared if the unknown something that I felt within the house came up the stairs, it would get me first, and they would be too far away to save me. The stairs went up from the ground floor to a small landing, with my room directly on the left and the other bedroom to the right. You had to take a step up to the right to get to the other room, crossing the hallway which ran back parallel to the stairs, so that room had a buffer from the stairs, if you see what I mean. I moaned and begged to be moved to the bedroom opposite, as it felt safer being in there. However, once I got moved into that bedroom, I began experiencing scary stuff. I would lie awake in bed in the dark, and I could see what I always described as darker areas of darkness. Shadow people? I hated it. Some of the darkness would begin to gather together and then swirl. Others would form the shape of a figure. I still worry about seeing the dark shapes in the darkness now, so I tend to have a light on, or keep my eyes closed until I get a light on. I really do not want to see the darkness within the dark ever again. Often, I would get the feeling of being watched, as though there was somebody standing behind me, or that someone had entered the room. Yet when I turned around to see who it was, no one was there. You generally know if someone is looking at you without actually seeing them doing so. You get a feeling and look up, or turn around and you catch them at it. Well, this was that feeling. Another feeling I got was a change in the atmosphere, so it felt kind of heavy and claustrophobic. Sometimes I'd get some sort of adrenaline rush, a fight or flight type reaction, an odd, panicky dread feeling in my tummy or chest. Kind of like being at the top of the hill on a roller coaster, just before you tip over the edge and go back down. Feeling of impending doom, I guess. There were many types of strangeness occurring in that house, but I think the last scary thing I experienced there was when I was about 9, and I wasn't actually living there anymore. My dad had moved out, and after a while I'd gone to live with him. I had returned to visit my mum for an overnight stay. All I remember about the visit was going to bed that night, absolutely terrified that I was going to see the dark patches of dark moving about, forming shapes and giving me that awful feeling of panicked terror. I eventually got myself to sleep, and I had been sleeping for a few hours when I woke up with a start. I sat up and could see it was still very dark around me, and I began to panic. I fumbled about for the lamp behind me and tried to feel for the switch. After what seemed like forever, but was probably only 5 seconds, if that, I found the switch and pushed it. Bang! The stupid bloody light bulb blew out. I crawled to the end of my bed and went for the switch on the wall for the main light. That bulb flickered on briefly before popping out of existence, plunging me back into darkness. At that moment, I felt extremely unwelcome in my own bedroom. It's in my mum's house. I felt like the house wanted me out. It reminded me of the previous time that the bulb had blown in the front room. It made me think of the time I got told off for turning off a stereo that I didn't even touch. The horrible footsteps and constant noises around the place. I just felt like the house wanted me to go. Anyway, I did go. I stayed living with my dad and left that creepy old house behind. Unfortunately, whatever it was that had been haunting the house seemed to actually be haunting me. And within a couple of years, it had gotten bad again. I remember sitting in the living room with my mum one time when I was about 6 or 7 years old. She was reading a book. Mum loved her books and was listening to the radio. I wasn't enjoying the music, and I think because I wanted the TV on. I'd had a moan and asked if we could turn the stereo off. Mum had said no, and I was sulking. Now, to turn the stereo off, you had to physically switch this button from left to right, or push a different button to turn off just the radio. I know this for sure, as I actually had this stereo until about 3 years ago. Anyway, after a bit of "it's not fair" from me, my mum managed to calm me down and got back to reading her book. As I once again sat doing my colouring book, a short time passed and the room went silent. The stereo had been turned off. My mum was not impressed, as she obviously thought I'd gone against what she'd just said. Although I initially found it quite funny, thinking I'd mysteriously got my way after all, I soon became upset and angry because my mum didn't believe me that I'd not switched it off. She'd been convinced it was me because of the fact that the switch had been moved across, and that couldn't happen on its own. Somehow, Mum thought I'd got up, gone across the room, switched it off, and then returned to my colouring book within a matter of seconds, without being seen or heard. There were often times when the house, or whatever it was that caused these things to happen, made me feel really unwelcome. I felt as though the house hated me. Probably sounds nuts, but that's the feeling I got. Another time, one evening, Mum and I were again sitting in the living room, chilling out. I know it was evening time because the little table lamp was switched on. I was actually watching the TV this time, and guess what my mum was doing? That's right, reading a book. So anyway, we're there enjoying our own things, when the light bulb dies. It popped quite loudly and blinked out. Now this is a relatively normal occurrence, but what made this really bizarre was that my mum just started laughing to herself and then said something like, "That's weird. I just read in my book just then, the lights went out." She showed me the page she was on and the words were there, in black and white. Probably just some sort of random coincidence, which was quite funny at the time, but looking back at it, with all the other stuff that's going on, it's a little creepy. I lived with my parents in a small village in England, from the mid-80s to the early 90s. The house was built of thick stone and had 4 floors. On the ground floor was the living room and dining room. The first floor had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The top floor was an attic bedroom. And from the dining room on the ground floor, you went down a set of wooden stairs to the lower floor. This was originally the cellar, but I had been converted into a kitchen at some point before we moved in. Over the years, we experienced many strange goings-on in the house, and we often heard movement from upstairs. My parents explained this away as the house settling, but even at the age of 7, I knew it was more than just timbers expanding and contracting with the temperature changes. We got the normal creaks and cracks, but you'd also hear shuffling and dragging type sounds, along with occasional footsteps across the ceiling. Also, the house created this feeling of fear. It was like a negative charge that would build and build until something happened. A feeling of impending doom hanging in the air. Just before my 8th birthday, my parents broke up and my dad moved out of the house. One afternoon, my mum had to go out somewhere and I was left home alone. At this point, I had turned 8, and although probably a little young to be left alone, it wasn't going to be for long, and my best friend actually lived right next door, so I could knock around if I needed anything. I decided to go play Captain Planet on my Commodore Amiga, which was set up on the desk in the dining room. I'm sitting there, facing towards the wall adjoining my neighbours, my back to the doorway into the living room. On my right-hand side was the doorway to the wooden staircase, and the wall which obscured my view of those stairs. At some point, I became aware of slight movement in the kitchen. And then it happened. There was a footstep on the stairs. A very clear and precise footstep on a wooden step in an empty house. The feeling of dread swept in, and my heart sank to my stomach as I heard a second step on the staircase. Now, because these stairs were wooden, you could actually hear when someone was on those stairs. The bottom step was a very low, solid sound, whereas the top was a much higher pitch and almost hollow sounding. Then I heard the next step. They were slow steps and definitely coming up towards me. I started to get my feet to run when I completely froze. I was scared stiff and couldn't make my legs work. I've never been so unbelievably terrified in my life. So the steps continued and the pitch of them was getting higher and higher. I knew that in a matter of seconds, the who or what was going to be up high enough for me to see them through the doorway, and this was too much to bear. I had to get out now. So I literally pushed myself off the desk with my hands and more or less dragged myself along by grabbing on pieces of furniture. My legs went from totally dead to jelly-like, and I managed to get myself into the living room and out the front door. I knocked on my neighbour's door, and my friend's dad ran around to check who was in the house. There was nobody there. I stayed next door until my mum came back home, and she verified that she had not returned earlier on, so they were not her footsteps. The incident was put down to just your imagination playing tricks on you, but I know what I heard, and I know how badly it terrified me. I never heard the footsteps on the stairs again, thankfully, but I did continue to have other experiences. Although I was scared in that house, I'm glad I got to experience it all, as it's made me who I am today. I was about 4 years old when I first saw it. My stepfather at the time warned me not to get too close to the trees or it would get me. But I wanted to play outside anyway, so I stepped outside and peered around, because the trailer I lived in at the time was right next to a forest. And when I turned to look at the corner that was near the trees, a black massive thing with yellow eyes peered around the side at me and grabbed the side of the house with inky claws. For years, I asked my mother what it was because she's no longer with said stepfather, and she doesn't remember anything from that night, besides me running inside, screaming and crying. My stepfather at the time had no recollection of ever warning me of anything either. Eventually, I forgot about it until 3 years ago. I was sharing a room with a roommate, and we were home alone and laughing. I got up to get snacks, but she suddenly stops laughing and says, "Don't go out there, he's waiting for you," which of course struck an intense fear within me. I asked her to repeat what she just said, and immediately she looked confused and said, I didn't say anything. Obviously, I was freaked out and made her leave the room first. Thankfully, nothing happened, but as I lived in that apartment, I dreamt about that thing crawling out of my closet and trapping me in my room. I could see it had large antlers and a body of a man, inky claws and a rabbit skull for a head. It got to the point where I asked to switch rooms because I thought I was just paranoid about the closet. But then my roommate, when she took over the room, claimed she woke up to something standing in the corner watching her. She described the antlers, but for some reason it didn't bother her, so she stayed in the room. Eventually, I moved to where I live now, and the back of the house is, once again, against a lining of trees. I work third shift, so when I leave for work every now and then, I get a very sickly, scared feeling in my gut that it's going to come around the corner, so I run to the car. This feeling happened 2 nights ago, and I don't know what it is, but I'm afraid it's trying to find me. And it's upsetting because hardly anyone takes me seriously about it lately. It doesn't feel like a demon. It feels more than that, more cryptid-like. I've googled anything that might resemble antlers, a rabbit skull, and the body of a man. It also just looks like it dipped itself in a lot of ink and tar. I used to call it the boogeyman, but now I'm not sure. I know it wants to do me harm though. Most of my friends at the time lived or worked in the area, so there was usually fun going on after I finished my shift, which was normally 7 p.m. One evening, 3 of my friends were in town, and we ended up heading to the courthouse for dinner. If you walk down Carnaby Street towards Liberty, London, the courthouse is just at the bottom. It's a pretty swish hotel with a bar and restaurant, but it used to be a magistrate's court. It still has a lot of the original features, including the old jail cells, where you can have drinks, and the courtroom is the restaurant's seating area. Anyway, one of my friends had planned ahead and booked us a table, although when we turned up, there was only one other couple dining there, as far as I can remember. It was a weeknight, so I wasn't busy at all. We had dinner and chatted, etc. The night was just like any other night out for dinner. I'm not a big drinker, and I don't remember drinking at all. But if I did, it would only have been a glass of wine, so I was in no way drunk. I excused myself and told my friends I'm just popping to the bathroom, back in a minute, and off I went. So, the layout may have changed, I haven't been in many years. But at the time, the bathroom layout was, there was a door you had to push, a short corridor, another door you had to push open, and then you were in the bathroom. Both doors were heavy and swung closed behind you once you'd gone through them. The bathroom was a smallish room, but nice as far as bathrooms go. There were 3 empty cubicles, all with the doors neatly open. I went into the right-hand side toilet and closed the door. As I was sitting using the toilet, I began to hear what sounded like whispering behind me. Behind and perhaps just off to the right. It made me turn around, but I just thought to myself, it must be something coming from the room next door. The whispering continued, but I couldn't really make out what was being said. Surprisingly, I was chilled and didn't think anything of it. It was just someone in the room next door, right? The next thing was knock, knock, knock. 3 pretty loud knocks rapped on my toilet door. Now in my confused mind, I thought, one of my friends must have come into the bathroom and decided to knock on my door for some strange reason. I finished using the toilet and opened the door, expecting to see my friend or someone, but there was no one there. The room was completely empty, with all the cubicles just as they were when I entered, with the doors still open. There was absolutely nobody in the room with me. Plus, if someone had come in, knocked on my door and ran out again, I would have heard the door and footsteps. But there was nothing, just silence. And why would someone do that anyway? The hotel's pretty fancy. They wouldn't just let people run amok in it. So at this point I was puzzled, but still surprisingly chilled. I think my mind just went to a rational place at the time. But the whispering? What was that all about? I returned to my table and asked my friends if they'd knocked on the toilet door, and they all said no. They were kind of freaked out and didn't want to use the bathroom alone after that, which I guess is understandable. All of their reactions actually made me freak out a bit too. Did I just experience something paranormal? I couldn't explain it, but I definitely didn't imagine it. This is definitely a head scratcher for me. I often think about it and what the heck it was all about. I will never know who or what knocked on my door and why they were whispering to me. I wonder what they were trying to tell me. Was it a ghost? I guess I'll never know. If you ever visit London, you should pop in there. The bar's cool and they also do a lovely afternoon tea. Just beware if you go to the bathroom alone. So, this is a true story that happened in 2014, and I still think about it all the time. My grandma passed away on New Year's Eve in 2008, going into 2009 in the house she'd lived in her whole life. She was an absolutely amazing lady who'd do anything for anyone, but was really ill in her final years with Parkinson's disease. The last time I saw her was Christmas of 2008, and she was gone a few days after I'd travelled back to London. I always wish I'd stayed with her longer. If only I'd known that would have been the last time I'd see her. After she passed away, my parents moved into her house and sold theirs. It's a pretty small dormer bungalow with all the bedrooms upstairs. Every Christmas, myself, my sisters and brother would travel back home to the north and stay over for a few days. As there isn't a whole lot of room, I opted to sleep in the living room on the pull-out sofa bed, which I'd done many times before. To be fair, the house has always had kind of creepy vibes. I pretty much grew up at my grandma's house. She would look after us while my parents were at work. So night one, I wasn't thinking anything creepy or scary at all, although I did leave a small lamp on. I'm so used to living in London, with the constant noises and bright night skies. Up north in this remote village, it's pitch black at night and eerily quiet. It can be hard to sleep. It's just a bit too quiet. I noticed the room was really cold, although the real coal fire had been on and was slowly ebbing away. But I slept fine, nothing really unusual. Night two, just the same as any other night really. The room was a bit chilly, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was pretty tired after running around playing with my nephew all day, so thought maybe I'd have a deeper sleep if I turned the small lamp off that I'd had on previously. I wasn't scared of the dark or anything like that. I really didn't think much of it. Over the years, I'd slept in that room loads of times. So, I fell asleep around 11 PM maybe. I can't quite remember the exact time. Around 2 AM, I suddenly woke up out of nowhere, with a sudden jolt of absolute fear and terror running through me. I was hyperventilating and felt so hot I was sweating. But as I jolted awake in fear, I could feel someone was holding my hand too. I slept on my right side with my right arm and hand kind of turned up on the pillow next to me, and I could feel a hand in my hand, holding it. My God, I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I mustered all of the energy I had, jumped out of bed in the pitch black room and scrambled for the light switch. Obviously, there was no one there. I wasn't dreaming anything before I woke up, but it felt so real. I felt a hand. Plus, I wasn't feeling ill or anything. What I felt was just sheer terror. This had never happened before or since. I didn't sleep the rest of the night and was knackered the following day. We had a family meal booked at a restaurant and I told them what happened. I expected them to laugh at me, but my mum and dad looked at each other and said a few weird things had happened since they moved in, including a glass that likes to move by itself fairly frequently, and the odd bump in the night. My mum won't go downstairs at night unless she really needs to. So, if it was my grandma who came to pay me a visit, I'm sure she wasn't trying to frighten me, but geez, I've never slept in that room again and never will. In the garage of the same house when we were younger, my little sister once said she saw the ghost of a man wearing a military uniform. I'll have to ask her about that. I have a few other creepy stories I'll have to share too. If anyone's had a similar experience, I'd love to know. Many moons ago, when I was in my 20s, I was a waitress. I worked most nights. I had two small kids and we lived in a pretty big place with my aunt. My car had broken down and H, my aunt, was taking me to and from work. The road to and from work wasn't too long, but it was curvy and narrow and very dark at night, even when the moon was bright. The trees were close to the road and grew in an almost tunnel throughout most of the road. This one particular night, it was after midnight by the time we were heading home. She's driving and I'm in the passenger seat, counting out my tips. I heard some rustling coming from the back floorboard and asked H about it. At first, she hadn't heard anything, but eventually she did. Our initial thought was kittens. We had small kittens at the house and they were bad for jumping into the vehicles anytime a door was open. We pulled over to the side of the road when we came to a spot that was wide enough so we could have a look. The car had two doors, so we had to push the seats up to take a look in the back. There were some newspapers on the back floorboards, and it was these that we heard rustling. We picked everything up, but didn't find anything. Next thought, the breeze from our windows, we had them down maybe an inch or two, was disturbing the papers. No big deal, right? So we got back in the car and continued on. When we started hearing it again, it was quite a bit louder and bigger somehow. This is much more than a breeze, but we tried to ignore it until something starts hitting the back of my seat. Not real hard, almost like a small kid lightly kicking my seat. I looked at H and said, "Something is hitting my seat." She thought I was trying to pull a leg and didn't believe me. Then it got hard enough that she could actually see me bouncing from the impact. So I, being the not very smart person that I am, decided to unbuckle my seatbelt and take a peek in the back to see what the fuck was going on. No one ever accused me of having all my dogs barking. H slowed down for a bit. Remember, we can't get off the road again. No room. And I'm on my knees on the passenger seat, facing the back. The back of my seat is still being banged on, but I couldn't see anything. I leaned over the back of the seat to get a better look when bang! The seat was hit so hard, the locking mechanism that keeps it in place was broken. The whole seat was rammed up into the dash and it slung me into the dashboard, hard. I was split open behind my right ear and ended up in the front floorboard. Of course, H hit the brake and we were stopped in the middle of the road, which was at least as dangerous as what was going on inside the car. I just scrambled back into the seat and buckled my belt and told H to fucking floor it. Get me home. We were just a couple miles from home and we took those curves like a race car. As soon as we roared into the driveway, we jumped out and ran to the house. If I'm not mistaken, H didn't even turn the motor off. He may have just ran out of gas sitting there. I do know that I didn't shut the door and H swears that neither did she. But they were both closed and the doors locked the next morning. Luckily, she had an extra key, but my happy ass never got in that car again. The person in the back seat was still seen quite frequently in my mom's and aunt's cars. They became used to it. As I said, occasionally they would see him in the rear-view mirror, but usually he could only be seen from outside the cars. On this occasion, Mom and H were taking a bit longer ride and were, as usual, listening to their radio pretty loudly and singing along. Their ride had taken them past their paternal grandmother's gravesite. Now, y'all need a little bit of background here. Grandmother S, my great-grandma, was a bad mama jammer. Everyone said she was a witch. This being the South, anyone even remotely different was called a witch, so that makes no never mind. However, this woman was into devil worship. She wasn't a Satanist, there's a huge difference. No, she was into animal sacrifice, blood rituals, all things ugly. Trust me, she wasn't a good person. She detested my granny, the lady who married and had children with her son, because granny wouldn't take any of her shit, and other things which I won't get into. So, on her deathbed, and this was witnessed by several people, including a doctor, she swore that she would come back through one of my granny's children or grandchildren, and that she would never allow any of granny's progeny to live in peace. Also, I'll mention that my papa, her son, wasn't like her, but his sisters and father were. Is this clear as mud? Okay, on with the story. On this bright, beautiful day, the road Mom and H were on was a really twisty, windy, hilly back road. They knew the roads pretty well. They'd travelled them quite often and didn't think anything unusual would happen today. They would be wrong. Laughing and singing, all was hunky-dory until they passed this graveyard. They've always gotten chills passing here, but nothing really happened to them before. This day, just as they were going past, they actually felt like something got in the car with them suddenly. They got cold on a summer day. The radio suddenly cut out, and they said they smelled what they assumed was roadkill. Rotten meat, basically. Then, something weighed them down and held them against the trees. Neither could move at all. They even had trouble taking a deep breath or saying anything because the weight on their chest was so heavy. Then, Mom, she was driving, suddenly felt her foot getting heavier and heavier on the gas pedal. The car was going faster and faster on this winding, twisting road. She couldn't take her foot off the gas, couldn't even move her other foot to the brake, couldn't move their hands, not even their head. Only their eyes could move. The car was going so fast, it was starting to shudder and shake. However, they were kept on the road, went round the curve safely and had no accident. Mom was able to glance into the rearview mirror and saw that their passenger was with them again. Suddenly, after what felt like ages, the weight was lifted from them and they had control of both their body and the car. The cold and the smell were gone, and it was like nothing had happened at all. Of course, they were terribly shaken and had to pull over and get out of their car. They have no idea how they were able to come off that road safely, except to assume that their passenger helped them somehow. Now, obviously some of y'all are going to call bullshit, and that's okay. I was raised on the story and still find it hard to believe. However, I will say that I have heard the story from each of them more times than I can count. Neither of them have ever had the slightest change in the story, and to this day, neither of them will even tell me where the road is. I know it isn't too far from where I grew up, obviously, but I can't even tell you for sure what county it's in. No one in the family will even speak her name, and even the ones who once knew where she was buried swear they can't remember when asked. They'll shut down any questions immediately. Any and all records that they had destroyed, and back then, nothing was kept outside the family. This experience happened to my aunt and mom before I was even thought of. My mom and dad were just starting to date at this time. I'll tell it as it was told to me many times over the years. My mom and aunt did everything together. They even worked together. On their days off, they'd get in mom's car and just ride around. We still do this, by the way. One of my 5 favourite things. One particular day, they got several calls on the CB radio. This was back in the 60s, from friends or family they'd pass, asking them who all they're riding around with. Everyone knew that they never took others on their rides. Of course, it was just the two of them. They didn't understand why people were getting upset and asking why they'd lie about something so insignificant as this. Because who was in the car? My dad even got called on the CB and got really upset because they didn't ask him to go for a ride. It was a sister's thing. And yet they had some other dude with them. He assumed it was H's boyfriend or something. So my great aunt ended up behind them, really small time in the south, and asked, "Can y'all pull over and come back to my car and help me with something?" Kind of confused but willing to help, they said of course, and they did so. When they got back to my great aunt's car, she said, "Is something going on? Why didn't you want anyone to know you have someone in your car?" Thinking maybe they were being forced or some such, right? Mom, getting pissed off at this point, said, "For crying out loud, no one is in the damn car. Look." And turned and pointed, only to see some guy in their back seat. They swore he wasn't in there before and that he must have snuck in when they were getting gas or something. But they didn't see him at all. They figured he must have been down on the floor or something, hiding. So they radio over to get some guys to come and check it out. This whole time, the guy didn't even fidget. Some big, buff guys, friends and family, came over and figured they'd give this guy a what for sneaking into this car, and went up to pull the dude out. When they got to the car, he wasn't there. They came back to ask where he went, but looking back at the car, he was still right there. One of the guys actually got into the back seats where you could plainly see this dude, and no one was in the car. From outside the car, you could see both of them in the back seats, but on the inside, it was only him. Now, growing up hearing this, I started to think, this has to have grown in the retelling, right? This is purely impossible. So at different times, I contacted each person that I could who were involved in this, and they each told me the exact same story from their point of view. I can't explain any more than they could. This only ever happened in their cars. It happened in my aunt's car too. And only if it was only one or both of them in the car. This was the first time it happened, but it happened several times after. The dude could never be seen inside the car, only from the outside. So, to set the scene, I was about 7 years old when this happened, but I remember parts of it like it was yesterday. Also, it's a story that's told often in my family, so I can confidently tell it from all points of views. My parents both worked at this time. My dad was a firefighter and has 24 to 48 hour shifts. And so my eldest sister, 14 at the time, was often left to babysit. There were 7 of us, including the eldest, ranging in age from 14 to 6. Also, our grandmother lived just across the parking lot from us. My sisters were calling the request line to request songs to be played on the radio. Yes, I'm aging myself here. And my sister, brother and I were jumping on mom and dad's bed just down the hall from the living room. Now, we had an extension phone upstairs, and we smaller ones were known to listen in on phone conversations. So when someone picked up the extension phone while my sister was on the phone in the living room, she assumed it was us. It happened several times, but it would hang up when B, eldest sister, yelled, "Hang it up!" Finally, she got irate and called us out by name. When she called our names, we came out of our parents' room down the hall where there was no extension. Obviously, this struck B as weird, but she just figured she either imagined the sound of the phone picking up or it was a glitch. Once she had all of us sitting on the floor in front of her watching a movie on TV, she started to call again. This time, when the upstairs phone was picked up, she ignored it. But then she heard breathing sounds over the line. She said, "Hello," a couple times, then she hung up the phone. A little freaked out, she called our aunt, H, to see if she could explain it. On the phone with H, it happened again, but just sounded like an open line. H said it was probably just a glitch, but to call back if it kept happening. Well, it did. So, B called H again, and the line was picked up. H said, "Who is this?" And a voice said, "This is Sandy." He asked, "Where are you, Sandy?" And the voice said, "Well, I'm just right here." H thought it was one of us and said so. B said it couldn't be us because we were all right here. Then the voice on the line giggled and said, "I'm still here." He told B to gather us all and go to Granny's house now. I remember running to Granny's place in the middle of the night, barefooted. H told her mom, our other G-Ma, that someone was in our apartment and to call the police and tell them to meet H there. The police and H, and mom and dad by now, went in and searched our apartment top to bottom. No one was found, but the upstairs phone was off the hook. The police figured that either we played joke, or if someone had been in the apartment with us, they left. So after making sure the windows and doors were locked up, they all met outside in front of the apartment to talk. And one policeman looked up at the window facing the parking area, the bedroom I shared with one of my sisters incidentally, and saw a man standing in the window, watching them. When the policeman pointed him out to all the others, the man just waved and turned away out of sight. They all ran back in to do another search, keeping someone at all exit points to catch anyone running out. No one was found. I just want some help in understanding what I saw. When I was around the age of 3 or 4 years old, I'm 22 now, I lived in a decent sized apartment with my parents. My mother was starting to go to a Christian church and was becoming more spiritual as well. My father was not really into those type of things. So, during those times as a kid, I didn't know anything about the spiritual world. But one day, I was playing in my parents' room and one of my toys fell under one of our cabinets, and I crouched down to pick it up. But for some reason, I felt like I needed to get lower to see more of what was under the cabinet. As I look, I see two eyes looking at me from the shadows, and they were yellowish eyes but with no pupils, and you couldn't see the white of the eyes either, but I didn't feel fear at all. And I, as a naive kid, thought we had a pet hiding there. But now that I remember, I never had any pets during my childhood. After I walked away that day, I remembered about the eyes and decided to bring it food, because I thought it would be hungry. But as I looked under the cabinet, there was nothing there. No eyes, just shadows. But my attention span was short, so I just left eating the snacks I brought. But over the years, as I started growing and maturing, I kept wondering what it was. Because now that I think about it, the space under the cabinet was not even that big. I would say 1.5 feet deep and 2.5 feet wide. If there actually was an animal there, I would at least see the body. I've always been somewhat skeptical of ghosts. I've always had people around me who attributed things to ghosts, even when a logical explanation was available. My opinion has begun to change. I began living alone, no big deal. I'm not afraid of the house settling or bumps and bangs. I have dogs and they knock stuff over all the time. I recently got an Oculus. I cleared the room and made my play space. I also keep my dogs out of the room so they don't get hit or stepped on by accident while I'm playing. So I'm playing my game, my TV is off. After playing for a while, I notice the sound my TV is on, as well as the speaker. I take my headset off, look around, and turn both off. I started playing again, and then I noticed my watch alarm going off. It's a digital watch that I've never set an alarm for. I rarely wear it. It was sitting in a drawer. So I think, okay, my Oculus is somehow sending a signal, and these somehow are being affected by it. I start playing, but I have this weird feeling like someone is there. I look over my shoulder. You can tap the side of the Oculus and the screen shows your surroundings using your cam. I don't see anything, but I see my big dog looking at something, not me. I scanned the room and found nothing. I start playing again, but I can't shake the feeling. So I check again this time, taking my headset off. My dog is still looking behind me. There's nothing there but open space. I put the headset up for the night because I felt weird. I've lived in this house for about 7 years and never felt this feeling before here. Fast forward to yesterday. I'm playing with some friends on my Oculus. I hear a TV turn on and my friends also hear it. This time, it was a TV in another room. I turn it off and I see the controller in the middle of the floor. It's a guest room where the TV is rarely used. The remote is always directly below the mounted TV on the console. It's sat there for months without moving. I keep getting the feeling I'm being watched, but not always, just intermittently. I don't know what to think. I've always been skeptical of ghosts, but I can't explain the remote. Maybe somehow the Oculus messed with electronics, but looking online, I haven't found any proof of this happening to anyone else. I'll update on any more occurrences. To preface, this cannot be caused by some interference or by my dogs. My Oculus is on the other side of the house, shut off. I have cameras set up in my house. There's one pointed at the front doorway, 2 exterior, and 1 in my room. Today, I was at work. While at work, I closed the door to my bedroom so my dogs wouldn't go there. I always keep them out of the bedrooms unless I'm home. So I'm at work, and I get a notification that there's movement caught on my camera at home. I think, oh, maybe it's my dogs. But I see from my bedroom. So I began thinking someone broke in or something, so I checked the feed. So I checked the still image it captured. I see nothing. I brushed it off. Maybe a bug or something activated it. 2 minutes pass and I get another notification of movement again in my bedroom. I check. Nothing. I watch the feed for about 5 minutes. I don't see anything. I begin to think maybe some light is reflecting, or some form of light is causing the camera to think this movement. As I'm watching the feed, I'm trying to look for some source of light. I have double blackout curtains, so they block light quite well. I have the lights off and no fans running during the day when I'm not home. I got bored of watching the feed and shut it off because I didn't see anything alarming. Within a minute, I get another notification of movement. I watch the feed, put my earbuds in, and listen as closely as I can. It's quiet. But like you'd expect an empty house to be. I watch again for 10 minutes or so. I debated calling my neighbour and having him check it out, but I decided not to. Usually, any loud noise or odd occurrence would cause my dogs to bark, but I haven't heard them once on the feed or gotten a sound notification, just ones for movement. I finally stopped watching, thinking maybe my settings for movement notifications are too strict, so I raised the tolerance to high. I closed the app and in 5 minutes I got another notification. I'm at work, so I didn't notice the notification right away. I checked my phone 15 minutes later. I have 6 notifications for movement. I check all the stills, they all look identical. Nothing out of place, nothing different from each pic. I decided something had to be up with the camera. I got a few more notifications before I'm off of work. When I get home, I check the room and nothing changed from that morning. Everything is as I left it. Of course, I walk in and I get a movement notification. I checked it and saw myself in the still photo. I test the tolerance by laying in bed and turning over. The camera doesn't notify me. So, the tolerance changed to high doesn't notify me by this movement, which in my opinion is more than slight. I did a full turn and nothing. So I don't know how it was getting set off earlier in the day. I've never changed the tolerance settings before, and I've never gotten false movement notifications either. This camera has been installed for about 1.5 years as well. I don't know what could have set it off. None of the other cameras notified except once or twice from my dogs laying by the front door. I'm stumped on what could explain it. I'm logical minded, so I've been trying to come up with something and can't. There's nothing in the images and nothing has moved. It's just my camera notifying me, starting at 1:03 PM to 3:53 PM. It is odd. I can't come up with an explanation as to why I got 16 movement notifications in those hours. These events happened in the winter of 1998, my first and only experience of this kind. We were driving, returning from a 1,000-kilometer trip. Our plan was to stop halfway, have dinner, and find a place to stay. We left rather late, and being winter, it was getting dark and cold. Not much visibility as it was foggy. We decided to stop at this small town, no more than 1,000 inhabitants. The few motels were booked out, and we had to keep driving. However, just out of town was this mid-19th century 2-story Victorian-style house, converted to a B&B, and it had a vacancy sign outside. We parked in the driveway and made some inquiries. We were greeted by a short man in his mid-40s, wearing reading glasses and what seemed like a wig. I imagined he would be the owner. "How can I help you? Please come in as it's getting cold. We have the fireplace on," he said. "We're after a room for the night and some dinner. Do you have any rooms available? And how much for the night?" The house has 5 rooms, all vacant tonight, and cost each $200 a night, including breakfast. I looked at my girlfriend. Our budget was $40 for a motel room, and $200 was way too much, even though it was probably worth it, since the decoration and furniture were done to the period, and the house had a romantic feeling. "Sorry, this is above our budget." "We'll need to find somewhere else," I replied. "I understand. For you to consider, we have a small 3-bedroom cottage next door." It used to be the caretaker's and is empty tonight. You can have it all to yourselves, and we can make it $90. We accepted his offer since driving any further could be dangerous. We were shown this weatherboard cottage which had a small veranda at the front. Upon entering, there was a large corridor with the main bedroom on your left, the other bedrooms on the right, a small lounge room in the middle of the house, followed by a kitchen and a large bathroom at the back. The man lit the fireplace, showed around and said goodnight. For dinner, we ate some leftover sandwiches and fruit we had and went to bed. We couldn't find any blankets, which was odd given the temperature outside was below freezing. At night, I woke up and decided to go to the toilet. As I opened the door, I saw this 5-foot woman, early 50s, wearing an old-style long black dress, dark hair pulled up, staring right at me. It was weary and I somehow knew it was a ghost. I jumped, went back to the bedroom, closed the door, woke up my girlfriend and told her I saw a ghost. We both covered ourselves and headed under the doona and interestingly went back to sleep straight away. Around 6:30 a.m. we woke up, had a shower, packed up our things and went to the main house. The man greeted us. "Are you ready for breakfast?" But before, if you're interested, I can give you a tour of the house. Since he was almost blocking the way to the dining room and his arms were showing the stairs, we ended up seeing the whole house. It was creepy somehow. After breakfast, we paid and left. "Jez, that man was strange, didn't you find?" I said to my girlfriend. "Which man are you talking about?" she replied. "The owner. Who else?" "I never saw any man. The owner was a woman." She described the woman and had nothing to do with the man. "Better forget this whole episode," we concluded. "Never mention this to any of our friends as they'll think we're crazy," and we laughed it off. Around 2016, I remembered this story and did a Google search and found this B&B. To my surprise, in the About Us section, there was a picture of the original owners, a mid-aged couple. And the woman was the owner, wearing the same dress and with the same hairdo, exactly like I saw them. Gave me goosebumps. Back in 1984, I lived in a 130-year-old, 18-room furnished Victorian mansion in the rural part of South Carolina. It was owned by the same family for all those years. But hard times fell on the family and they had to start renting out the place. The house was in disrepair and desperately needed some TLC. For example, there were still animal stores in the basement from the back, where they used to keep livestock to slaughter for the family meals. Also, the kitchen looked like it was last renovated in the 1970s. It had yellow linoleum floors, and the walls were also painted yellow. The appliances were likewise from that era. It probably hadn't been inspected by the county in many years. To say it was outdated is a massive understatement. It consisted of 3 floors and a dark, creepy basement and attic. According to the owners, it has a deep and rich history. In fact, I was even told that Thomas Jefferson had slept in the same bed that I was sleeping in. Most of the furniture was from that era. It had a beautiful spiral staircase that led to the bedrooms on the 2nd floor. The bedroom door across the hall from my bedroom had a hinged bar lock on the outside. It also had knots in it that looked like a demonic face. Whenever you walked into that room in the middle of the summer, it felt like an icebox. The windows were painted shut and there were no fans or AC. It was weird as hell. I had a creepy vibe about this room, and I wouldn't go in there. One night, when I had to go to the bathroom, I stepped out of the bedroom and I heard footsteps behind me. I looked behind me and didn't see anyone. I freaked out and ran towards the bathroom, terrified. At the same time, I heard footsteps running down the stairs from the attic towards me. I made it to the bathroom out of breath. There was no one to come to my aid. After hunkering down for I don't know how long, I finally worked up the courage to return to my bedroom for some much needed rest. The next day, my girlfriend Renee came over to stay with me. She's very sensitive to spiritual vibes and wanted a tour of the house. As I walked her through the place, she pointed out spiritual hotspots in certain areas. The attic, the basement, and the room on the second floor across from my room. She said that the attic was where the servants used to reside, and she still could feel their presence. The basement was where the most intense anger came from. The room across from my bedroom was where an old woman had died years ago. One night when she was staying over, she went to the basement to do the laundry. She went to grab the laundry from the dryer, and she felt as if someone was watching her. She spun around and saw what looked like angry slaves from the Civil War era. They slowly crept towards her with retribution in their eyes. She panicked and ran upstairs to the bedroom and said to me, "I'm done with this place. I'm out of here." I said, "What happened?" She said, "I saw something in the basement. It looked like a shadow, but I can't be positive. It scared the shit out of me." I replied, "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm not going back down there. If you want the laundry done, you go down there." I said, "Fine, I will." And I went downstairs. When I got to the basement, I put the laundry in the hamper and started carrying it up the stairs, when I felt something following me behind me up the stairs. I turned around and saw something following me. It was grey and cloudy and getting closer. I ran up the stairs and into the bedroom. Renee asked me if I saw it. I said yes, I did. Suddenly, we heard a knock at the bedroom door. We froze in terror. We saw a fog-like substance seep under the door. She backed away, screaming. I charged the door and threw it open. There was nothing there. I yelled into the hallway, "Come and get me, you fucking pussy." Renee exclaimed, "What the fuck are you doing?" I told her that I was going to stand up to this bullshit. She grabbed a crucifix off the wall and took her place by my side. We waited in anxiety-filled anticipation for what was to come next. After waiting for what felt like hours, we went to bed. The next day, I went to the attic to get some things I stashed there when I first moved in. As I climbed the stairs, I heard movement. I paused to listen closer, thinking it was probably a raccoon or some other small animal, but it sounded like someone walking around, almost pacing back and forth. I crept up the creaking steps to the attic door and listened. I could hear them talking, but it wasn't English. It was almost mumbling, but I could tell it was a different language. I reached for the doorknob and it was ice cold. Abruptly, the doorknob turned on its own and flew open so hard it smashed into the wall. My natural reaction was to get into a defensive posture. I was ready to kick the intruder's ass. I looked around the huge multi-roomed loft. Dust was flying everywhere. It was obvious that no one, other than me, had been up there in a while. Several pieces of furniture from a bygone era were covered in sheets. I located the boxes I was looking for, but they had been moved from where I had last put them. The dust on the floor showed that they'd been slid to a different position. I looked under the sheets just to make sure there were no trespassers hidden under them. I found no one. Also, there were footprints in the dust, human or animal. I scratched my head in bewilderment, but shrugged it off. I grabbed my things and went back downstairs. I asked Renee if she had been in the attic. She said no. I told her what had happened, and she got a little freaked out. At that point, she stated that the house is haunted. She asked me if I knew the history of the house. I said, I didn't think about it until now. I'll definitely have to ask the landlord about it when I deliver the next rent check. Later on, while we were watching Amazing Race in the living room, we heard some noises on the floor above us. It was the pitter-patter of little feet scampering back and forth. We looked at each other in horrified wonder. I jumped up and bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time. When I reached the landing, I saw small, wet footprints going up and down the hallway, like that of a child. I tracked the footsteps back to the bathroom. When I got there, the water was running in the clawfoot tub. When I reached to turn the water off, I saw a small boy laying in the bottom of the tub, submerged in the water. His eyes were open, but staring up blankly. He was blue and badly bloated. I screamed, "Holy shit!" I stumbled backward and ran into the sink in horror, knocking several things to the floor. Renee heard the commotion and ran upstairs. When she got there, she asked, "What the hell happened? Are you okay?" All I could do was point to the bathtub with a shocked look on my face. She looked and saw the boy. Renee said she saw the boy on her initial tour of the house. Thinking he was just a boy, she didn't say anything about him. She turned off the water, drained the tub, and the boy disappeared. As we made our way down the hallway back to the living room, the demonic-looking door across from our bedroom flew open with a crash. Startled, we ran towards the room. When we got to the doorway, there was a cold wind whipping around the room like a tornado. Furniture was getting thrown everywhere. In the middle of the room was an apparition of an old cackling hag. She was levitating and reaching out her long talon-like hands towards us. Unexpectedly, the door slammed in our face. We looked at each other in utter horror. We simultaneously said nope and ran to the car, fearing for our lives. I immediately drove to the landlord's house to break the lease. When I explained why, he didn't act surprised and told me that he'd always had a hard time keeping tenants longer than a month. I asked what the story was about the place. The landlord went on to say, with the house being so old, there have been many deaths inside it. He said the actual number is unknown, but there seem to be 4 main areas that the spirits inhabit. The basement was where slaves from the Civil War were imprisoned, beaten, and starved to death. In the attic, a chambermaid had died giving birth as a result of an unwanted pregnancy. In the bathroom, a boy had drowned after slipping in the tub and banging his head. And in the demonic door bedroom, a crazy grandmother was locked in the room because the family thought she was possessed. When a priest was brought in to do an exorcism, it went sideways and she died as a result. I asked the landlord why he didn't tell me about this in the first place. He said, if I did, would you sign the lease? I said, of course not. He had no issue with giving me my security deposit back, but kept the last month's rent I paid up front. He said it's going to take at least that long to get someone else to move in. From now on, I know there are going to be certain questions I ask every landlord before I sign a lease. Not so long ago, I waited tables at one of the oldest restaurants in LA. It's called Tam-O-Shanter. Look it up if you don't believe me. It's one of those old historical gems that even most LA people don't know about. Hell, I grew up just a few miles from the place and always called it that log cabin restaurant. It was one of Walt Disney's favourite haunts before Disney was a thing, and it was frequented by the actors of the 1920s and 30s. Well, when I got hired, the first stories I ever heard about were the ghosts of Tam. Tam-O-Shanter is a huge restaurant in Atwater Village / Los Feliz, and from the outside it looks like a quaint cottage. The inside is large and expansive, with a huge pub and bar in front, and 3 different rooms in the back. It's rumoured that it was once connected to a drugstore that burned down in a fire and several people were killed. Then there is also a massive kitchen, a wine cellar down a dark hall, and an upstairs with a male and female locker room, and an office and storage room. The place is massive, sprawling, and quite honestly, it's both as warm and inviting as it is creepy and sinister. The story is about the whispers. It wasn't long into training when I started hearing about the alleged ghost stories. A young blonde boy that would come out and run late at night in the large and expansive room farthest at the back. About the woman in black that would walk the hall upstairs late at night, and the cleaning crew that would quit no explanation. About the pots and pans that would sometimes shake on their own. About the people who had died in the restaurant throughout its 100 years run. About the salt and pepper shakers that would mysteriously turn the tops of themselves off. About the chandeliers that would move, and about the sandwich carver who had been working there for decades and refused to go back to the dining room. And there was more. A lot more. While I've had some experiences with other odd things, dreams and intuition, I've never had any experience in the paranormal. I never really was big on the idea of ghosts. I still think most otherly things can be explained, but I must say my time at Tam, especially that first month, made me stop and reconsider my belief in the supernatural. This is the first part in a series of multiple incidences that happened to me. The funny thing is the bulk of it happened to me in that first month and seemingly dropped off after a night of closing, after I vowed I would quit the Tam if anything else crazy happened to me. For me, it started with the whispers. I'd be working in the pub and I would hear someone call out to me, Jackson. I suppose whisper isn't the right word. No, it was more like someone calling my name to get my attention. Jackson. The voice was nondescript and neutral. It sounded male, of that much I was sure. Like a nondescript white and male voice. Jackson. I would spin around and say, yeah, to a table a few feet away. They would look at me funny and say, we didn't call you, and politely smile. I think the first couple of days, I just chalked it up to me just hearing things in the noise of the pub. But it started happening more and more often. I'm talking once each hour or every other hour. Jackson. Always just once. And I would turn around and either look around or respond to tables that had never called me. Then I thought maybe the stress of work was making me hear things. Until one day, a co-worker of mine, Ashley, said, I keep hearing someone call my name. And then another of mine, Brooke. And then another of mine and good friend, Dominic. What we all had in common is that we were all new. Dominic started a couple months before, Ashley a week or two before, and Brooke and I started the same week together. Some of the other staff swore by other more peculiar things, while others witnessed nothing. Well, by the second or third week at TAM, things started ramping up with me. It was now once or twice an hour. Every hour. I ignored it, thought maybe it was a new medication. Well, one day, early in the morning, I was an opener. Part of my job was to get silverware and make roll-ups for the lighter and more casual style of dining in the pub. I walked to the back near the dishwasher to retrieve the silverware. Suddenly, and right into my right ear, the voice said, Jackson! The same type of way I'd been hearing it for the last couple of weeks, except this time it was right next to my ear. I spun around to say, what the fuck? To the person I imagined would be there to startle me. Except there wasn't anyone. It's not like the kitchen was empty, it wasn't. But there was no one in the back part next to the dishwashing pit. I walked a few meters to my left and right, thinking I would catch the person playing a trick on me. No one. So I still didn't really think anything of it and thought it was just one of the buses or runners playing a trick on me. I gathered up the utensils, made my roll-ups, and began to think about what had happened more. I was beginning to question my sanity. I started to hear voices. I wanted to ask other people about the voices all the time, but I also didn't want them to think the new guy was crazy either. So I happened upon Michelle, who was a sales manager for the company. She was always sweet and bubbly, but she didn't interact as much with the servers because she was mostly in the office. I thought asking Michelle would be a safer bet. Hey Michelle, I have a question for you and it might sound weird. Yeah, what is it? She replied. With hesitation and a soft tone I asked her, do you ever hear voices in here? She gave out this soft laugh without an inclination of fear. Her laughter made me laugh and sobered me up a little. How ridiculous I must have sounded. How it sounded so crazy she was laughing about it. It's what she said and did next that made me stop laughing. You know, it's so funny you say that. I've heard someone calling my name before, and you know what's so funny? It happened to me right there. My heart sank, and my smile evaporated as she pointed. Yeah, it happened right there. What Michelle didn't know is that she was pointing in the same exact spot I had been standing when I heard them say my name. Literally at the same fucking spot. I wish I could say this is all that happened. Unfortunately, there's more. Tam O'Shanter is one of the oldest restaurants in LA. The funny thing is, most people, even from the city, have never heard of it. Even though most people know its sister restaurant's Larry's Steakhouse in Beverly Hills. Tam O'Shanter preceded Lawry's by several decades. Oh, and yes, if you're wondering if there's any relationship between Lawry's and Lawry's seasoning salt that most Americans have come to know, there is. The same family that created Lawry's seasoning salt started their business with Tam O'Shanter. Because Tam O'Shanter was a favourite of the late Walt Disney, we would get many enthusiastic fans and tours. Yes, tours of the restaurant. I never knew Disney and Walt Disney fans existed until I started working there. In any event, as I stated in the previous post, I never thought so much about the paranormal. I mean, I had had dreams, and maybe what could be considered ESP episodes as a child, but never anything having to do with ghosts. I'd like to think I'm a pretty rational person. While I love a good ghost story, I've always thought most stories can be explained. But after my time at Tam O'Shanter, I'm not sure anymore. For a while, I thought I was crazy or perhaps it was a medication, but now I just don't know anymore. In my last post, I talked about the whispers that plagued me almost immediately after I started. They weren't really whispers, and it was always the same male and nondescript voice. Well, I wish I could say the voice was the only thing that happened to me, but it wasn't. One weekday morning, I was scheduled to open for lunch. Arrival, 10:30 a.m. It's not like the place is empty at that time, it's not. But there's only a fraction of the staff there at the time versus the dinner shift, and there's only one server on the floor. To create a mental picture of Tam O'Shanter, it consisted of a front entrance that spills into the pub. The pub looks and feels like an English pub, with tables and a few cosy booths for seating. If you walk further towards the back, you come to the main dining room with about 10 tables. Look to the left, and there's a nook with about 10 tables or so. That's the tartan room. If you look to your right, there's another room with another maybe 15 tables or so. If you walk further, you encounter a small service bar to your right, and then 6 or 7 steps leading up to a huge back dining room called the Prince Charlie Room. There's got to be at least another 20 tables there. The Prince Charlie Room was only open on weekends and holidays, and while the whole month of December, as this was, the busiest time for the restaurant. Now that I've laid out a picture, let me get back to the opening shift. My job as an opening server was to make roll-ups for the pub, which got quite chaotic and busy for about an hour for lunch each day. Well, to make roll-ups, you need silverware. Sometimes there wouldn't be any in the dish pits, and so I would raid the polished silverware in the Prince Charlie Room. That particular morning, it must have been my 3rd week at the Tam, and by then, I knew if there wasn't any silverware in the dish pit, I should go to the Prince Charlie Room. There was always something about that room that didn't quite feel right. It could be noon and 80 degrees, and yet that room still felt dark and cold. It didn't help that the only windows were at the back of the room. There were also these old paintings of some famous Scottish poets and young princes that adorned the room. I don't know, but I always found them creepy, especially the picture of a young, toddlerish boy. It didn't help that a few decades ago, employees swore that they would see a young, blonde toddler run across the room late at night. One employee who had been there over 20 years flat out refused to enter that room, regardless of the time of day. He hadn't gone up there and in there in years. Well, that particular day, I needed silverware. There was none and I was new, and needed to make roll-ups. I'd already been dealing with the voices, or the voice that continued to call out my name during service, but I had chalked that up to medication. So when I approached the Prince Charlie Room that morning, I didn't think much of it. Well, I made it up to the couple of steps just fine, but by the 3rd step it was like, I don't know, something was draining me. To this day, I can't really describe it. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before or since. I got to the 4th stair and suddenly, it felt like my life force was being drained. Oh my god, I know that sounds crazy, but that's the only frickin' way I can describe it. It literally felt like someone or something was taking my energy, my being, everything away from me. I made it to the 5th stair, but felt dizzy, tired, so tired, perhaps something like sunstroke. But I just didn't feel tired, I felt confused. Like maybe I was having a stroke? I tried for the 2nd to last step, but couldn't make it. I became disoriented, dizzy, and exhausted at the same time. Fuck, I felt like I was dying. Or at least what I imagined dying must feel like. I immediately stopped and retreated down the stairs. I made it to a chair at a nearby table and sat down. Things were starting to spin and I was so tired. I think I sat there for about a minute. I'd started a new medication a few weeks ago and told myself it must be the medication. Yeah, I heard the voices for a couple of weeks now, but I too chalked that to the medication. I approached the stairs and this time I tried again. Slowly, I made it up to the room. I hurriedly grabbed the silverware, looked around the creepy-looking and overly dark room, even in the daylight, and bolted down the steps again. I wish I could say this only happened once. It didn't. It's only been a few years, but my sense of time is a little messed up. I don't know if this second incident happened a few days later or a couple of weeks later, but I'm certain it happened in the first couple of months working there. One afternoon, after the above experience happened, I was working in the pub. Yes, I was still hearing voices, but there were always plenty of people around, so it never really scared me. Well, this particular afternoon, I had just started my shift, and I was near the service well of the bar. If anyone doesn't know what a service well is, it's where the bartender makes the drinks for tables of a restaurant. The server then takes the drinks from the well and brings them to a table. That particular day, Narina was working in the service well. I can't remember, but I'm certain there was another server there as well. We were all chatting about something or other when all of a sudden, I felt the same weakness and dizziness I'd experienced the morning I'd gone to the Prince Charlie room for silverware. Again, I'd never mentioned to anyone at this point about my experience on the steps, so when the same feeling came over me, I ignored it. That was until Narina said something that shocked me. Out of nowhere she blurted, "I feel dizzy all of a sudden." Now, I can't remember if she said dizzy or weird, but I swear on my mother's dead grave she said something to that effect. Enough for it to elicit an adamant and eager, "Me too!" No one knows how relieved I felt at that moment. For weeks, I thought I was going crazy. Losing my mind is crazy. Hearing my name all the time, draining of my energy. I thought I was going batshit. The problem is, if you ask Narina about this incident, she has no recollection of it. She doesn't ever remember saying that, and she doesn't ever remember feeling dizzy, or like her energy was being drained, or like something really wrong was happening at that moment. By God, though, I remember it. Clear as fucking day. I remember being so happy that I wasn't the only person who felt that invisible force draining something away. Something away from me. But Narina doesn't remember this. She didn't remember this when I talked about it a few months later, and she doesn't remember it today. I often ask myself what the fuck I remember. I never had any paranormal experiences before I started working at Goldall, Town O'Shanter, and I was already in my 30s, so I didn't understand anything that was happening to me. The year was 2000. I and my two sons, then 8 and 1-year-old, had moved into a newly renovated apartment. The building was a row of 4 townhouse apartments, and I was between 2 empty units, with the only other occupied unit being on the end. My husband was away from home for a few weeks. We lived in Okinawa for 6 years, but only spent 2 of them in this house. It was around 1 a.m. on our first night in the new apartment, and I was in the kitchen decorating and putting things away. Completely quiet, no radio or TV on. Kids had been asleep for a few hours. The kitchen was an L shape. I was standing at the sink and window, which faced the front of the building. Behind me by several feet was a swinging door to the dining room. To my left by several feet was a swinging door to the entryway/stairs to the bedrooms. It was from that side door that I heard a voice, a child. "Mommy?" If you've ever heard a child wake up disoriented from a bad dream, or a child about to be ill, it was that level of distress. Just a single word, right outside the door to the kitchen. "Mommy?" Naturally, I assumed it was my 8-year-old, so I called his name and opened the door. No one there. As I was standing there assessing, mere seconds ticked by and I heard it again. Only this time from the landing at the top of the stairs. "Mommy?" I was mildly disturbed at this point, but I called his name again and went upstairs. I looked in both their rooms. Both kids were sound asleep, doors still closed. Now I was definitely disturbed, but I somehow managed to go back to the kitchen and finish what I was doing. A month later, my mother was visiting from the States. One night, she was upstairs using the bathroom and came downstairs to ask me why I had called her. I hadn't mentioned the voice yet. I told her all about it. The next night, she was sleeping in the sofa bed in the living room. My 8-year-old was with her. She woke up in the middle of the night, gasping for breath, followed by a coughing fit, which had been a frequent thing for her, and eventually felt a hand patting and rubbing her back. When she stopped coughing, she turned to thank the 8-year-old. He was sound asleep, on his side facing away from her. Fast forward a couple of weeks. My husband decided to give me a break one morning and got up with the 1-year-old. After I got up, he told me about some strange things that happened. He had put the toddler in the high chair and gave him part of a banana, putting the rest of it, still in the peel, well out of reach. He left the room for a minute, came back, and the child had the rest of the banana, peel empty where my husband had left it. No way he could have gotten it himself. Husband left the room again and rushed back when the stereo, which had been on very low, suddenly turned to max volume. How I slept through that, I have no idea. When he went to turn it down, he saw something odd in the corner of the room which, strangely, he already couldn't remember when he was relaying this all to me. It was blank in his mind. He's super skeptical of everything, and I think he intentionally blocked whatever or whoever it was he saw there. Every year, we would get 2 or 3 typhoons. During one typhoon in 2001, after several hours, the eye of the storm was perfectly over us. When this would happen, my husband and I would go outside and enjoy the fresh air, assess the area, talk with the neighbours, etc., before the storm returned to blow in the opposite direction. In the eye of a typhoon, things are super calm and quiet. We were right outside the open front door of the porch, and the kids were upstairs. And out of nowhere, this horrible scream pierces the air in the staircase. Think like horror film, woman being murdered in the shower kind of scream. The kind that echoes and sends chills down the spine. It didn't sound like a kid at all, but my first thought was my son's. Husband and I yanked open the screen door, and I called out the kids in a panic, right as they both ran to the top of the stairs, both completely freaked out. Talking to my oldest now, almost 30, he describes hearing the scream of a woman and thinking I had been seriously hurt. Talking to my oldest son in recent years, he's recounted to me things he experienced in that house that he never mentioned when we were living there. He experienced things often, but there are 2 stories in particular that stand out to him. The first, he went to bed one night and turned on his radio. It was set to full blast, something he didn't do. He turned it off quickly and then heard a man in the hallways bang violently on his bedroom door while yelling, "Hey!" My son called out an apology and then came downstairs to get some water and noticed that my husband and I were both on the couch watching TV. He knew it wasn't his dad that had banged on the door. Second, my son had gone to bed and was laying there for a few minutes, not sleeping, when something made him open his eyes and look at the foot of his bed. Kneeling at the foot of his bed and seemingly playing with a toy or something on the edge of the bed was a girl. She was facing him, but looking down at what was in her hands. Behind her and slightly to the side was a boy with his back turned, seemingly touching my son's DVDs on the bookcase. He said they looked to be about his age and kind of blue and dark, like a poorly lit hologram. He kept staring, thinking that when his eyes adjusted, they would disappear, just part of his imagination. He said maybe 20 or 30 seconds went by and they both looked at him at the same time. The boy turning and the girl looking up, locking eyes with him. He said the expressions on their faces seemed like they were not happy they'd been seen. They completely froze like that and slowly faded away. When the fade was complete, his DVDs fell off the shelf. When he got up the next morning, the DVDs were on the floor and he knew he hadn't imagined it. We kept in touch with 2 out of 3 neighbours in that building, and we talked about the place years later. They all experienced things involving kids' voices, pranks played, cabinet doors opened, etc. But the one that really sticks out, one neighbour's 8-year-old son was tentatively diagnosed with schizophrenia. He'd been hearing the voices of children outside his bedroom door, demanding that he play with them, or they would hurt his baby brother. So they sent the family back to the States where he could get adequate services. Thing is, when they left Okinawa and that apartment, the voices stopped entirely. No drugs required. Diagnosis revoked. We've been back to the States 20 years now and have never experienced anything like it, before or since. My son and I have developed a headcanon around this place that a US soldier had killed his family and then himself. When my son was age 3, we moved to a new flat, and about a year after being there, I would have a feeling my son was behind me, and wouldn't be. And out the corner of my eye, I'd see what looked like my son and go to talk to him, and he wasn't there in his room playing. This happened every now and again, and I never thought too much about it. But when my son was 6, I would hear him not just playing toys with himself, but asking questions and answering someone. One time he was having a full-blown conversation in the bathroom whilst brushing his teeth. So I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" And he said, "Tommy." So I asked him who Tommy was, and he said, "My friend, Mummy." I said, "Okay, so what does he look like?" And he answered, "Just like me." So I thought, wonder if this is who I've been seeing on and off for a few years. So I asked, "Is Tommy a ghost?" He looked horrified and said no. So I spoke to my mum about it, and she said, well, he would think of a ghost being scary. Ask him if Tommy is a spirit. I thought, well, he doesn't know what that means, but I'll try. So one afternoon I said to him, "Is Tommy a spirit?" And his mouth dropped open and he said, "How did you know that, Mummy?" And I didn't want to say too much, as I didn't want to put ideas in his head. So I said, "I'm just guessing, why do you know he is?" So he started telling me how one day, Tommy sat in his bed and said, "Don't be scared, Jack, but I'm a spirit." And my son looked at me and said, "But Mummy, I wasn't scared, as I don't know what a spirit is." So I said, "Well, you're very lucky, as not everyone can see them, as a spirit is someone who died." And he said, "Oh wow, well, Tommy is back alive again." So not to scare him, I left it there. That night I was watching TV and heard Jack running down the hallway, and his face looked around the doorframe at me. So I said, "Jack, why are you up?" And he vanished. I got up and Jack was fast asleep. I then went on holiday for a week without his dad, as he was working. We went to a caravan and my nieces were asking Jack if Tommy had come. And he said, no, he said he was staying behind to watch Daddy. So I didn't think much about that. We got home and my husband was behaving strangely, causing arguments and always walking out for hours. And I kept feeling Tommy and I were speaking with my mum and said how my husband had changed, and Tommy seemed angry. My mum said to try and connect, but I never did try. It was a Saturday morning in August, and I had my cousin's wedding to go to, and my husband was usher. I woke early to an eerie feeling, and then a noise that something had dropped. I looked out in the hallway, and Jack's door sign was halfway down the hallway and standing upright. No one could have done that, as Jack had stayed at my mum's. At the wedding, I called my husband on the phone to an unknown number. We had a huge argument, and he ended it there and then. I was heartbroken. I never felt Tommy at home again, and Jack said he was gone. I felt so sad for Jack, as he was upset about his dad leaving also. It also came out that my husband had brought this girl back to our flat while I was on holiday, so it made sense why he was watching his dad, and also why I felt Tommy was angry when I got home. I went to see a medium who told me that my son had a friend called Thomas. That sent shivers down my spine, as obviously Jack said Tommy. She described what he looked like, and again I went cold, as she just described my son. I asked why he isn't around now, and her answer was he was there to protect Jack. But all I could think was, why did he leave when he was upset then? So when my son was 14, I had a conversation with him and said, "Do you remember Tommy?" He said yes, and described the clothes I used to see him in. And he said, Tommy would come and sit with me when Dad was really shouting and scared me. He would make me feel safe. And then all these years later, what that lady said made sense. He didn't need to protect Jack once he left, as Jack was no longer scared of his dad's temper. So after telling my last story about my son's not-so-imaginary friend, I thought I'd share another of my stories. As I said, I've always had spiritual experiences since I was a baby. My mum said I'd watch things that weren't really there and ask where it went. So I always found it awkward telling many things I see and hear, or dream things that are real for others. I'd started to date my ex, who I married, and I went to stay at his house. I walked in, and straight away felt a very gloomy presence, but said nothing. I was there for 3 nights, so I tried not to let it bother me. I went to use his upstairs bathroom, and they had this big mirror in there. I felt scared. I didn't know why, but the mirror made me feel eerie and so cold. I was scared to look into it, as I just felt like something was going to appear or jump at me. I never told him this, as though he would think I was crazy. I had a shower in there, and the whole time felt incredibly uncomfortable. The shower suddenly felt so hot, and when I got out, I had these 3 big scratches up my bottom half of my leg. I had no idea how it happened. Once the weekend was over, I went home and didn't think much about it. I went back there a couple weeks later and suddenly felt that presence again. Again, when using the bathroom, I felt scared, but nothing too much happened that weekend. Another 2 weeks later, I stayed again. I had a really vivid dream that he had to wake me from as I was crying. But in this dream was a man on a motorcycle and was hit by a white bus. When he woke me, I thought I had to say about this dream, as that could be dusted off as just a dream, nothing to look crazy about. So I told him what happened, and he looked shocked and said that's exactly how his dad had died. So then he asked how I would dream of something like that, and I had to explain all my life I've been like this. He accepted it quite well, and he asked if I ever felt anything in the house. So I said yes, and wasn't too nice, and his bathroom mirror especially scared me. Again, he was shocked, and said his brother saw what he described as a figure of death jump out at him from the mirror when he was looking into it getting ready. A black cloaked figure, he said. I hadn't seen that, but obviously I wouldn't look in the mirror. After we had spoken about it all, I went to the shower, and the shower went hot again, and once again, 3 scratches down my leg. That night I was laying on his lap looking up at him, talking and laughing, when a massive dark shadow figure went right above me. I jumped and closed my eyes. I could hear my ex's voice saying my name to get me to open my eyes. When I did, he was looking around and wasn't sure why I'd put my arms over my head to protect myself and legs up towards my chest. He laughed and said there was a spider, as he knew I was scared of them. So I told him there was a horrible dark shadow figure right above me. He told me how he had heard stories about the people who lived there before. Apparently devil worshippers, and did Ouija boards and weird stuff. Before I met him, he had terrible depression and didn't leave the house. And I just felt it didn't like me there, as he was no longer as depressed and gaining confidence. I didn't stay there much after that, as he started to visit me and moved in together. But that house was awful. They moved when his dad died. He grew up majorly depressed. His brother ended up dying at the age of 30. His mum is still there and so depressed, she no longer leaves the house. I have no idea about the history, but so glad I never have to visit again. My children never have to either. This was 30 years ago. It will never be forgotten. I was sleeping over at my friend's house. He was on his bed, I was on the floor. His room is at the end of the hall upstairs. Right next to his bedroom door is the door to his mom's room, the master room with bathroom. On the other side of the hall is the door to the bathroom. Down the hall near the top of the stairs is his sister's room. Nothing else upstairs. The distance from the top of the stairs to my friend's bedroom is maybe 15 feet, not very far. Okay, so we're laying down to go to sleep. His mom has already gone to bed with their 2 giant poodles. They slept in her bed every night. His sister is out of state at college, and there's no one else in the house. Parents divorced. So we're finally getting quiet and not talking, and it's quiet. And I hear someone walk up the stairs and walk down the hall to the area, right in the crimp of our door. His mom's door and the bathroom door, and then nothing else. I thought it was just an old house thing, because this was an old Victorian house with hardwood floors throughout. No biggie. Kinda getting sleepy. I hear it again. Same exact thing. So now I'm like, what the fuck? So now I'm laying there on my side, head tilted to watch the door and listening. I'm wide awake. It happens again. Then a few minutes later again. I'm like, what the actual fuck? So I'm kind of freaking out, and I turn my head to look at my friend in his bed, who I thought was asleep, and he's looking at the door, and then looks at me with that what the fuck look. So we both quietly get up and stand up closer to the door. It happens again. We bugged each other. We wait, hold our breath basically. A couple minutes later, it happens again, and we both reach for the door as the steps come to the area right outside his door, and he whack swings the door open. Nothing. Nothing there at all, and the house is quiet. We step out and look in his mom's room. She has the door open. Both dogs and mom passed out asleep in her bed. In fact, one of the dogs lifted his head, looked at us, then laid his head back down. We walked over to his sister's room. Nope, she's not there. Bed is made, no one there. We kind of stand there for a minute and whisper to each other things like, what the hell? Those were steps, right? Footsteps? Yes. House is still quiet, so we go back to his room, sit there chatting for a while and just kind of freaked out. Then we settle in to go to sleep again because it's getting late now. As soon as we get quiet and start to settle, footsteps again. This time my buddy leaps out of bed, grabs the doorknob and flings the door open. Nothing. But this time we were loud, so Mom woke up. She's like, what's that noise that's going on? We just told her not to go back to sleep, and we went back to his room. We sit there and just kind of talk to each other about what we're feeling and what happened, talking quietly, and it keeps happening every few minutes. We stop talking and listen till it stops, then go back to whispering. It got to the point where we were laughing or giggling quietly because it was ridiculous. I mean, it was shoes on footsteps, like dress shoes or boots, loud, and the wood creaking along with the steps as they came down the hall. I spent many nights in that house in that room, and this didn't happen every time, but it did happen often. So often, we got used to it and just slept. Same house at some point, hanging out in the backyard with my buddy and couple friends drinking wine coolers or some shit. His mom wasn't home, sister was at school, and we were out on the deck in the middle of the day, maybe 3 p.m. I glance up at the second story window as I'm taking a swig of my wine cooler, and I see a woman in his mom's bedroom window. I did a double take and she wasn't there. I look at my bro and he's looking at me. I was like, you saw that? He says, yeah. I saw something move. I looked up and saw nothing. Maybe a woman. So we literally jumped up, ran in and ran upstairs and searched. Nothing. No one. Same house. My bro's mom was down in the basement. We were upstairs in the kitchen. She was getting food out of the freezer down there to cook dinner for us. She's only gone a couple minutes, and we hear her scream. We ran down there, and she was on the floor in front of the line, looking around and clearly scared. She sees us, and she says, who else is here? We look at each other, and we're like, what the fuck? No one. It's just us, and you screamed. She's freaking out. We all go to the kitchen, and after she settles down and is making dinner, she tells us she was kind of bent over looking in the lower part of the fridge for something, and she clearly felt 2 hands on her back push her into the fridge. Same house. As a kid, my bro was being chased by his sister through the house around the dining room table and tripped and fell headfirst through a big mirror on a big credenza type thing. His head is through the thing completely. The mirror has broken clean above his neck. The stud below shattered. The part above is just hanging there, in the wood like it should, I guess. But it's a big mirror, as tall or taller than an adult. Mum is freaking out. She pulls him out, and the second his head comes out, that giant piece of mirror slides down like a guillotine and shatters. Like a split second from decapitating my bro. A couple occurrences with this now, but the first interaction I had with her was when I was maybe 9 or 10. I lived with my grandma during this time, with my mom, since we were going through a hard move and it was really stressful and complicated. My grandma lived in an old folks home sort of, but not a nursing home, just a place where a bunch of elderly people lived. Anyways, my mom and I slept out in the living room on couches, and I remember one night that I was laying down trying to sleep, but I couldn't. I remember sitting up slightly and then seeing a smiling old woman, dead ass, maybe 9 feet away from me. The weird thing was that only I found her head. There was no body. It was just her creepy, smiling face. I don't know if it was sleep paralysis or I was just scared shitless, but all I did was stare for a while before I yelled for my mom and she woke up. Of course, she saw nothing, and I remember it was gone after, but I was still strongly weirded out. I talked to my mom and grandma in the morning, and they blamed on it being a nightmare. Fast forward a couple years later, I'm living somewhere new. I'm about 11 or 12. Basically, the same situation happens, and this time she's standing closer, but against my closet, and it's still her smiling old face. This time, I turned over and went to bed, and forced myself to sleep, but I distinctly remember it being the same face. I'll never forget the night of August 14th, 2021. I was fishing the river with my friend in a suburb of Minneapolis/St. Paul, Minnesota. We love coming to this public park to fish because it was quiet and there was a nice sandbar to fish from. This park had a Sioux burial mound about a half a mile from our spot. After fishing for a better part of the day, we decided to leave at dusk. In order to get back to our vehicles, we had to take a trail through the woods, which was about a 5-minute walk. I put a clip light on the bill of my hat so we could see the trail. I remember when I first glanced ahead down the trail, I saw 2 circular white lights that I assumed were fireflies. Once we got further down the trail, we were closer to the area where I had seen the fireflies. It was then that I saw a pair of eyes that were either highly reflective from my light or glowing white. It wasn't long before I could make out a body. It was a very large white body on 4 legs, bigger than a wolf but unnaturally skinny. I couldn't make out any facial features because its eyes were so bright. I wanted to warn my friend, but all I could manage to say was, "There's something there." We had no choice to proceed because this was the only way back to our vehicles. This thing just stared us down but didn't make a sound. My friend yelled at it to try and scare it away, but it didn't react at all. I yelled at it after she did, and it responded back, mimicking my voice. I honestly questioned myself and thought I was imagining things. So I yelled at it again, and it responded back at the same volume, same pitch, exactly like my voice. At this point, we realized that this was not an animal. We both continued on the path in silence, but I maintained eye contact with the creature. I felt like this thing was ready to attack us at any moment, but it just stood there staring. Eventually, we were out of the woods and I could no longer see its eyes. We made it back to our vehicles and felt a sense of relief. I asked my friend, "Did you hear that talk back to me?" She said she did, and it sounded like my voice when it responded back to us. If she hadn't heard the voice, I would have assumed I imagined it. We went over what happened and our stories were the same, except she said the creature had a wolf-like head. After our experience, my friend who is Hmong went to see a shaman. The shaman believed it was an evil spirit and performed a cleansing on her. She was still shaken up by the experience for several weeks. I tried to hire a spiritual advisor online, but when I described the experience and asked for a spiritual cleansing of my own, it said they were not available at this time. At the advice of one of my friends, I burned some tobacco and said a prayer that the entity would leave me alone. It took me several months to just feel normal again, but I still think about it on a weekly basis. I tried to do further research and contacted the management at the park. They said the park we went to had ancient Indian remains scattered along the river that were unmarked. They said that there were more Indian remains in that park than any other parks they managed. I contacted several Native American friends and was told the entity we encountered was a skinwalker. I know skinwalkers are part of the Navajo culture, but from what I read, it checks more of the boxes more than any other supernatural being or cryptid. Around 3 years ago, I was an engineering student at the University of Central Florida. I had grown up my entire life as that kid. I was running through quadratic equations and college-level algebra by the time I was in 3rd grade. Under pressure from damn near everyone around me, I enrolled in university. I knew I didn't want to. Don't ask me why I did. I already suffered from issues with bipolar disorder and myriad other issues with my upbringing. Needless to say, I was down. Bad. At my worst, I was running through a 5th of Jack and a pack of Marlboro Reds a day. During the lowest of my lows, I like to skate down to the reflection pond. I like to put in an earbud and listen to some music and look up at the stars. The ones I could see anyways. Gotta love light pollution. It was one of the few things I could do to calm down. One of these nights, I skated there with my trusty S&W in my hoodie's front pocket. I planned on ending my life that night. Well, in the middle of listening to Funkadelic's Maggot Brain, long story short, it's my soul-searching song, something rather strange happened. While I was looking up at the stars, one of them seemed far brighter than the others, unusually bright. Within the span of half a second, my music had become white noise, and this white light shot towards me. It surrounded me completely. I tried opening and closing my eyes and getting up and walking around, all to no avail. I could hear something trying to speak to me, although I couldn't understand it. Then it was gone. It just left and shot away from me, back into the sky. Upon its departure, I had an overwhelming sense of peace. No more inner turmoil, no more hatred, no more regret, solely peace and acceptance. I skated back to my dorm and fell asleep. This feeling of peace soon eluded me, and I was back to my old ways. I'm much better now. Strangely enough, this happened again a few months ago. I was doing limited energy electrical, and I was up on top of an extension ladder. I was installing some lighting at an RV resort, and there was a decent bit of foot traffic and elderly couples on their golf carts. With my ladder set up on a sidewalk, I made sure to flag it off. After moving it over to work on my 4th fixture, I looked down and saw a man on a golf cart coming towards my ladder, and he was by no means going slow. With a golf cart lane and a road available, I'm not sure why he was on the sidewalk. Anyways, I saw him slam into the bottom of my ladder. From 32 feet up, I began to fall. I positioned myself to land properly, but I never hit the ground. Inches from the sidewalk, the same white light returned. I was stopped mid-air and had an experience with this mystery light identical to the one years prior. When I came to, I was standing on my own 2 feet, unharmed. To this day, I have no idea what saved me or why. All I know is that I should be dead, or at the very least severely injured, right now. But I'm perfectly fine. This event happened back in 2002. I was working for a school as an IT technician and support staff, and it was a working day. I normally get out at 7:30 to be at work before 9. The day before, I didn't do anything unusual before going to bed. But the day after, when I woke or tried to wake up, was so weird. So I woke up the first time with my alarm. I switched it off, noticed it was 7:30 from the clock in the living room, and went to do the usual morning ritual. Brushing my teeth, toilet, taking off my PJs, and starting to iron my shirt. Then poof, I was back in my bed. The first time I was thinking of a weird deja vu moment, so I got up again. But I noticed it was 7:40 now. I did the same stuff till the ironing part, and poof, back again in my bed. This time, I was really freaking out, but still doing the same stuff. I noticed again the time passed another 10 minutes, and once again after the ironing, I went straight back into the bed. I remembered I was urging now to get out of this loop. The strange part is, I never tried to do something different, because every time when I woke up, I thought I was out of that loop. I remembered every time I woke up, it felt so real. The sun is shining on my face. It was real for me until the moment I warped back to my bed. I think this loop happened for 20 or 30 times, and until the last time, it felt like every other time, the final time that I woke up, I did precisely the same things. It was around 11 o'clock and I was late for work, but I got out of this loop. Strange was that the time was correct. The stand of the sun was also changing with every loop. I remembered on the later loops, the sun was shining more brightly on my face when I woke up. It felt like my body was still asleep and my soul was waking up without my body. I noticed everything from my surroundings, the time and the sun. I finally knew I got out of this loop because I finally did more than the ironing. It sure was scary. Around the beginning of May 2016, some friends and I, all 13 or 14 years old at the time, were hanging out together at a birthday party. It was pretty late at night when we decided to watch a movie. The TV we were watching the movie on was super small and high up on a wall, and I remember craning my neck up to look at it while we watched. The movie was also pirated via a Fire Stick, so we were subject to a lot of shaky camera work, in addition to the chaos in the movie, fantastic beasts and where to find them. I remember the night vividly. So about halfway through the movie, I had what I can only describe as an out-of-body experience. I've never had anything like that happen to me before, and I haven't had anything like that happen to me since. I wasn't spiritual at the time, and I still remain agnostic and skeptical of stuff of that nature to this day, but this was so strange, I still can't explain it. I've tried to rationalize it as me just falling asleep, but my friend sitting next to me at the time confirmed I was fully awake that night when I asked him if he saw me pass out or anything following the incident. I asked him about the incident again a few weeks ago, and he still sticks by his story. I remember it freaking us both out. Onto what I actually experienced. I vividly remember this whole thing. I was looking at the TV facing forward. Then my vision went completely sideways. I remember describing it to my friend as like when you die in Minecraft. And then I was suddenly floating above my body, like 4 feet above my body and everyone chilling on the couch. I was floating, watching everything from the top left corner of the room for just a few seconds. I could see myself still looking in the same direction I was looking in before, and I was launched out of my body, so to speak, and then I was back. I remember immediately turning to my friend and going, "Dude, I think I just astral projected, sort of as a joke." But then I started explaining it to him, and we were both starting to freak out a bit. Not in a bad way, in more of a giddy way. Then he started to explain how I looked out of it like I wasn't paying attention to the movie at all from his perspective. So I definitely didn't fully fall asleep while that whole thing was happening on my end. Seriously, one of the strangest experiences I've ever had in my 18 years of life. My astral projection is still an inside joke between me and the friend who saw me space out. What could this possibly have been?